Hello and welcome back. We are here on the anniversary of the release of Victoria 3, October 25th. This is actually the first time I made content for Victoria 3. I did stream it on release day, and I was thinking of maybe, watching some of that stream back, but it seems like most of you guys are more interested in 1.5 than 1.0, so we are here on 1.5, and you guys had voted for Korea before, so we will be starting a new game as Korea here. Korea, notably, in 1.5, with the changes they've just made in 1.5.5, is a little bit interesting. Where did I put my water? There it is. Is a little bit interesting because, migration seems a little overtuned. I suppose, to some extent, Korea's always had this interesting thing where you could siphon off labor from Qing, but now labor seems to come in much bigger waves in terms of the pop, and so if we can get some migration attraction going, we will siphon off an enormous amount of pops from, Great Qing. We will drink their milkshake, as it were. And so this is going to be a little bit of an interesting thing for us here. We also notably have extraordinary map beat, and so I think that, previously Japan, just making sure my audio levels are working. I think previously Japan has been kind of the go-to, for maybe learning the game and being like, playing tall as like an Asian sort of state, and now I think it might be Korea. Korea doesn't have the same local flavor, though, as Japan does. There's a lot more Japan flavor, and also, you guys generally like Korea more than, Japan more than Korea. But we have Gwanbuk here, which we will be building tall in. Almost certainly it has, the full rainbow. The sulfur was introduced, I think, to the latest, or like 2 updates ago, but it does have a lot of states with both coal, or it has 2 states with both coal and iron, and then, iron and lead is nice, and then we have, just coal, and then coal and sulfur. Not the hugest amounts, but overall, as far as, smaller stars go, very, very strong. And so we are going to be playing as Korea here. I think we're going to start off with, I wonder how many construction sectors we can afford. Maybe 5? And then let's talk about tech. Now, ooh, yikes. We might have to go stock exchange first. I was thinking maybe we could go romanticism and try and go agrarianism. It might be easy enough to reform for us, though, that, stock exchange into atmospheric engine type paths are probably a little bit more sensible, so I think we'll do that. So let's grab stock exchange first. We do have to spend all of our authority. What are we spending it on right now? None, but we have a child ruler. Big not nice. I think we will be coming in and bolstering the Industrialists. And then, we do have a traditionalist boyo here. Let's see what we have in terms of army. We have another guy who's a royalist, so we're going to retire him. And now, hopefully, we have someone who's a jingoist. That's a pacifist. That is a jingoist, but he's not popular, so he will not be rolled into government. This guy is a jingoist who is popular, so he will be rolled into government. And so now we're going to reform. We're going to do something like this. We're going to put the armed forces in. We're going to say, yeah, we understand, and then we are going to exile this dissident. And so now we have the jingoist gentleman here. Confucian Scholars is also an interesting one. We get minus radicals from standard of living decreases. We might want to lean into that a little bit. I think that we start with state religion, so it shouldn't be too hard to have that clout high. But now we can get off of peasant levies if we want. But I think peasant levies we might be okay with. But we can't go colonial affairs. Rip the dream. The jingoist boyo was maybe not the boyo for us. Perhaps we made a huge mistake here. I hadn't really thought through this start, so just going a little bit on autopilot here. I mean, in either case, we wouldn't have been able to roll a market liberal in the near future, so perhaps this is fine. And I think we will eventually get colonialization. We could go local police. Let's take a look at how much bureaucracy we pay per institution, 162. So I don't think we want to go local police. And, yeah, this is really throwing me off the new metagame where I think peasant levies is secretly kind of okay. Actually, you know what? I think it's probably this minus military goods cost. Maybe it's not worth it because we want to be able to build the barracks up higher levels. I'm not sure. We'll just go pro-army and just kind of save that experimentation for the incoming Qing run. Can't wait to get factories in East Asia. Can you create conscript-only armies in the beta? I think you need at least one unit that is professional, but other than that, it can be, you know, entirely conscript. Play, and this is 1.0 in general teleporting. You're not going to be able to handle the Han migrants generalists. There's not enough arable land. Why not roll for an abolitionist devout? This probably would have been stronger. So instead of what we did for this guy, we would have just looked for an abolitionist devout, continuing to re-roll, and then use them to get rid of serfdom. I think it's going to be a little bit of a task to get rid of serfdom. This would have been better. It's one way to improve the start here. I think we are going to tax services. And then just try and get through laws faster, maybe. Let's take a look at our laws again. You know, we're kind of okay, to be honest, with state religion, cultural exclusion, at least for now. And so the ones we really want to change are serfdom and traditionalism. Extra, extra, extra on the traditionalism. For which, in order to make the best swap, you do need to come... Yeah, abolitionist would have been nicer. This makes sense. I think we will improve relations with a couple people, and then we'll get on our way here. I suppose we could restart and do the abolitionist thing. The problem is the abolitionist is not a super likely ideology, if I recall correctly, and so it will take quite a bit of time to roll that, unless we have slavery, which I don't think we do, because slavery increases the odds of rolling it by quite a bit. And we want the abolitionist because they would support getting rid of serfdom. And so, we notably, I don't think we, okay, we can declare an interest. I think we might just do the Mara shuffle then. In which case, do we have a, we're just looking to see if we have a state bonus for military of the ships. We see we do not, so let's make ourselves a little bit of a navy, create a fleet. The first Korean fleet. We're going to put a boat there, and of course we do need an admiral for our single boat for the making the Mara shuffle. I think we'll take this gentleman here. And we're just going to take a little bit of a look, kind of keeping an eye out for an abolitionist. This is going to be something that would be useful. For now, we're going to have a little bit more of a chill start, I suppose, than an absolute min-maxed traditionalist boyo. Not the ideal. The Confucian Scholars is also just a strange one because they have Confucian instead of some of the other stuff, and they like monarchy, state religion, freedom of conscience. Wait, what? They oppose total separation? I thought that this was, okay, do they look a little bit different than the Qing one? I thought they didn't warrant to that position. Hey Extremes, how are you doing? How much you have to pay Qing? How much? Nothing. We're just a protectorate. We're not a full subject. We should be paying nothing. Yeah, we're not paying anything in Diplo Pact. If we were a Dominion, we would have to pay them more. That is our current relation with them, is that we are tributary, which just means we are locked inside their customs union. If I recall correctly, let's double check that, because maybe it's a little bit different than I recall, because it's unrecognized. Oh, Diplo Pacts. Oh, we do have to pay Great Qing. I take it all back. I take it all back. I never meant any of it. We have to pay 6K. At this point, is Vic 3 worth buying? I would wait for November 14th, considering it's so close. But it's probably going to be really good in spring. Would be kind of my, the advice I would give people generally. If you've, like, been holding off and, like, it's a big decision for you in terms of your, how how much money you spend on games. You know, maybe holding off a little while longer for kind of what's going to be a lot of changes, especially because the entire I don't know, the game has a pretty steep learning curve, and like learning the way to do an economy before and after local prices is pretty significant. That's a pretty good event for us to roll here. Tributary is vassal. Yeah, we're just not the same color of them. We're paying tribute. We're not paying anything is clearly a tributary. Yeah. It's been a while since I've done some landfang practice, but I thought that these guys translated into protectorates, which do not pay tribute. Tributaries do pay tribute. Clearly there was a bit of an error there. But do be like that sometimes. What's your goal for this run? I think we just want to kind of showcase some of the migration stuff, because we should be able to pull off some of their pops, you know, once we start getting the ball rolling, you know, and get enough attraction to pull in a cultural community of Han. But then we're going to get like 3 million migrants. So it's actually going to be very uncomfortable. Actually, to this end, here, let's actually, what are we doing here? What are we doing? We want to do this, and then resource industries and Guanbuck. Should put us in a nice shape here. Just so the extra construction. It's probably going to be where we want to build for the most part. And then once we build one single ship, we will just need that ship in a dream, and we can go into Mara. We get professional army pretty quick here. I don't think we want police at this point. I think we would rather have more construction. So I think we just chill. Which does mean that we want to spend a larger amount of our stuff. I think we will look to increase our literacy a little bit. Having your literacy high is useful. I think we do have a nice chunk of our pops here. So we are going to kind of temporarily put this in. The thing is you know, consumption taxes just aren't the most useful early on. The goal for the ramen is just to form the Greater Korean Khanate, be formable in 1.5, play a trolling chat as always. Just so everyone knows, the Korean Khanate is not a formable. You could land everywhere with one ship. You just need one ship and a dream. One ship and to believe is all you need. Now that we have this built, we will build a logging camp and then a tooling workshop here. And then we have one boat, so we'll take a little bit of a save. And then we're going to come for Mara to do the Mara shuffle. You just need enough troops. I mean, ooh, that is a thing. Interesting. Alright. We're going to reload. No, Palea, how could you? How could he not? That's kind of all he does. There's a 50-50 chance when Palea mentions something that it's a troll. Classic. I guess we can end this poll now. That we're committed. 100-man army and a ship. Just a single boat. To be fair, if you're a European and you're invading, you know, the New World, all you really need to bring with you is not men, but in fact smallpox. They lost 95% of their population. That's like an unfathomable amount. So we're gonna take a save. And we're gonna hope that, you know, when we tried to start Korea before, we had an immediate crash thing as well, right? So if maybe it's something about this early. So, you know, if it's something that's unique to Korea, they just like have this crashing bug, then we'll have to pick something else and leave Korea out in the dirt. Mara backs down. Why do we get an achievement? What the hell? We've had that achievement for forever. Alright. Interesting. But now we can go for Oman. I'm not even sure we beat Oman, though. They have an army power projection of 131. I think we have an army power projection of 30. We have 431. I guess they changed how that was calculated. Can we take a look at what they're... Show me what you got. I want to see what type of troops you have, my friend. I'm sure we could take it. If not, we can load. And we're going to make them our tributary. I think this is courtesy of us actually having a thing. Okay. So we have to pay Great Qing a bit. I think we will declare an interest up there. It's going to be a repeat of the last Korea run. There is no penalty for just having one ship for XXX troops. There's definitely a penalty, but when Mara specifically, the reason we do the Mara shuffle, they have 0 battalions at game start, and so they just, yeah, they can't do anything. Let's conquer some Brazil, pure RP style. Oh man, the Brazilians were so happy with the news update. They'll be so sad when we conquer Brazil. Got a lot of Brazil viewership in general. If Russia got China into their market, you mean when Russia gets China into their market? We have a little bit of a duel between the reformer and the abolitionist. Oh, we're gonna let him fight. Ooh, Confucians are now powerful. And they're a little bit happy with us. Plus 20% authority, you don't say. Unfortunately, we would have preferred to roll an abolitionist here, but that's okay. What do we need to get onto homesteading? Yangban officials are a little bit happy with us right now. What do we need for tenant farming? Borough folk would do it. Can we reform and maybe do that? Because they're happy with us right now. Let's try and do this. I think that this is going to be a little bit of a challenge. We're going to bolster the rural folk as well. But this is something useful we can try and pass through right now. We're going to go for this one. And they won't be too upset with us. It's very unlikely we get this through, but it's not too big a deal if we don't. Don't conquer my Brazil, says I5U. That might mean we have to conquer Brazil. We saw the request for don't conquer X. Congrats, Generalist, for getting the Mightier Than the Sword achievement for making another country back down. Thank you for the congratulations. I've been trying to get this for a long time now. I just want to thank everyone who believed in me that I could do it. Do we not have any iron? Oh, we have some iron available because we're in the Chinese market. Okay, so we're actually going to take a look at our PMs too then. Ugh. Good old 1% and a dream. Huh? Alright, wait, what's this? No, come on. How dare you learn how to land us back? You're gonna give us devastation. Please stop. Skip it. How could you? How could you, Oman? We're gonna check all of our PMs. We don't really have too many options, do we? There we go. Should empower the Industrialists a little bit. There we go. For Oman, place your troops in Navy in Mara, and then when the war starts, naval invade Oman and you win instantly. Oh yeah, we could have placed them over there. Well, we win instantly either way. Actually, no. I think it's better for us to push in case they are pushing into us. Because I think the landing takes... I think it's fine the way we play it. Being a tributary, does it anything to the migration system? Do you receive a debuff because of this? I don't think so. 1.5. You receive a debuff because you're unrecognized regional power. You're going to get a malice, but... The 1.5 beta change really want to make conscript only army. I imagine you will be by the time you hit release, but we'll see how things go. I'm really happy South America's finally getting some work. Says Uki. Uki. I am happy they are getting a little bit of some love as well. I guess we'll take this one. We'll get 11%. Living on a dream here. Gonna call her one time. I know it's early in the stream, but we're gonna call her one time for this stream. That means we are going to guaranteed get tenant farmers. Ooh, we maybe built too many of these. So we're actually going to come in here. We're going to build a single construction sector, and we're going to swap it over to iron frame buildings here. And then, let's see, what else can we do here? I guess we're going to want to just keep going for iron. And we do have it on auto spit, so yeah. Oman. I'm surprised they're doing a South America DLC second. I mean, there are a lot of people who are Brazilian who comment on my videos. I wouldn't be surprised if there's just strangely a very large Brazilian pop, and so, I mean, they have the demographics. I was surprised too. I was asking the devs what makes you decide where to choose, but it would make sense if there's a large Brazilian population that they would, you know, do this massive overhaul for Brazil specifically. So now we have a few native interests, which is quite nice. We have an interest in North China in case we can get something from the UK. Although I think we want to maintain tributary status for at least a little bit. Kind of don't like paying them money. But we'll see. We'll take the enactment time. A little bit of question as to which one's better, but we're fine with this. I kind of don't want the auto production on the silk. Really low-key kind of hate it, especially because we don't even have... Why are you building silk? There's not even any local buy orders. I was expecting an Asia DLC before a South American one. Me too, but maybe they specifically want Asia for some of the new features that's going to be in Spheres of Influence. Did he really just call people pops? Like, or am I not paying attention? You talk about the pops who watch my videos? When you make Brazil relevant on a game, there's going to be much more Brazilians watching and playing. I agree. But also, like, so many people love the Asian stuff. Okay, we're going to choose this one. New character appears. Let's see what he is. Okay, nope. Is he leading the Intelligentsia? We get an abolitionist. Cool. Really wished it would have been on this, but fair enough. I think that means they would have they will support it as well. Maybe this is going to be easier for us here. No, it's not. That? Nope. That? Nope. Eh? Ooh, hey. Hey now. Oh, this is armed forces, yeah. Let's slot out the armed forces. Nope, nope, nope. Nothing's more legitimate than what we're currently doing. Come to Brazil? Says Les. How's it going, Les? Can you try and get Japan as the puppet? Yeah, we're gonna invade Japan as kind of a long-term goal. So I guess we do have some long-term goals. Yeah, my mom always said have long-term goals. Do want to turn on some more iron mines or into construction sectors. We maybe should have built one fewer construction sector. Yeah, I think I would have preferred 4 now that we kind of take a look at it. I think we're going to take a save and go after Kathiri. Because, you know, if you're not using your infamy decay, you're losing it. And I don't think we can land Borneo with 30 men and no military PMs. Maybe we could land Borneo, but actually, I forgot you can conquer into Argentine, right? Or can we? Oh, we need to put an interest in Ethiopia. I suppose this is going to be a little bit better than North China, actually. So we'll do that. We get consideration on our tenant farmers, calling one time, so too strong. For the juicy rice, Japan for the juicy rice, the ricey rice, the juice rice. Do you guys know if the game is going to be on sale in November on Steam? Interesting question. I'm not sure. I also don't follow the patterns of the way they do things too closely. Gold discovered in West Borneo. Holla. Holla holla. Where's that? No, this is West Borneo down here. Stock exchange, big nice. Oh, that might have meant we were not spreading stock exchange. No, we weren't. Okay, so we're going to... I think, so in theory, I think it's actually best to research atmospheric engine until you hit whatever the exact amount you need for it once you research lathe and cotton gin, and then you switch to lathe cotton gin. But just as a matter of making it easier on ourselves, we're going to go lathe cotton gin into atmospheric engine here. But we significantly decrease our MAPI, so now we're paying much less for all of the goods that, and it's a lot of goods that are being consumed here that are not produced here, so this is going to be pretty nice for us. Well, what are our taxes? Alright, we're just going to crank up here, I guess. We want one thing, and it's having construction. Is that really, can we really not make that happen? Why are we not hiring? It's a qualification problem. Maybe. Perchance. Well, this place is hiring up just fine. I guess we're not running a shortage anymore, except on iron, and they're employing up. So, yeah, employment seems to go a little bit slower than it used to, but I suppose it's fine. The Mara shuffle continues into Ethiopia. Ethiopia does have some nice strategic value, and of course, we will get a native interest in Ethiopia following the annexation of that little territory, so this will be good. Streamer luck, every time. Works 100%, 60% of the time, it works every time. There we go. It tends to go on sale after a major update, no? I'm not sure. I don't know if you guys do this, but when I play other games that I want to play that country in Wiki, definitely do that a little bit. Actually, I just don't play other games, so. Been playing Green Hell, and I was thinking what Fun Brazil might be, and then the announcement came. Yeah, definitely leave it for the, well, here's our second pack, but, you know, positive progression here. Streamer luck, every time. Lack of iron, yeah. Even though Portuguese is such an ugly... Jesus. Come on, man. Why are we running shortages on everything? Tools now. I mean, this is why we would have preferred building level 4, but also, critically, you know what? We have a decree currently, do we not? About social mobility. We're doing it here. We're going to do it here for the qualifications, because that'll help out a little bit. I think we were doing it to try and give ourselves a little bit more literacy by doing it in a more populous state, but we're just going to do it where we actually need the pops, and hopefully that'll help out a little bit. We do get Korea, Somaliland though. I think we might just delete this barracks. Keep things a little bit clean for now. So now we can of course expand into Harar and Borna and Shewa. Alternatively, we can see which one has the prince, right? And look to make a tributary after them. Is this the guy? He's got the OP, he's just gonna smack everyone around, and we just look to protectorate him, and he's gonna form Ethiopia, something like this. Of course, he is really spooky. We actually, not sure we win this. You see 1.5 won the poll, 1.5 did win the poll. Does pop losses and dependence that result from costly wars really have that big effect on your economy? from a filthy casual. I think there's a lot more casualties from war, so I don't fully have a feel for this in regards to like recent changes to the 1.5, where casualties definitely seem a little bit bigger, and also pop growth is generally smaller, so the running out of pops is more of a consideration, and so I think it's more than it was, so it's a little bit difficult for me to say. Korea's super fun in this update. Yeah, we haven't gotten the milkshake drinking going yet, but we're planning on it. I suppose we do have the plus 25% migration attraction. You know what we could do is we could try and would it be crazy for us to go for a cultural community this early? Probably. We just don't have anywhere near enough buildings. Just nowhere near enough buildings. Is our shortage still iron? It's iron and tools. Critical problems here. Okay. Well, we wanted to know what we wanted to go into. Well, we could go into Galeti. Could go into Harar. Harar into up through here probably seems a little bit better, generally speaking. We also can work towards a nice adjacency with Egypt. Oh, why do we not have an interest? It's because it hasn't developed yet. Our interest has not fully materialized. Great Britain's embargoing France. You love to see it. You can get Egypt, Eritrea for free because they don't have troops stationed there. I mean, free might be a little bit... Maybe we can. Do you incorporate these early conquests or do you leave them? We're just going to leave them because they're 20-year incorporations. If we were floating excess bureaucracy, we might do it, but we, in fact, are doing the opposite of floating excess bureaucracy, so I think that we're going to pass on it for now. Maybe we tributary Galeti? We still need to get an interest there. Well, we could tributary these guys. Kathiri. So maybe we save, tributary them, and, you know, look to expand our sphere of influence. Korea. Everyone remembers when Korea invaded the Arabian Peninsula. Are you also getting a pop shortage? Not yet, but we will. We're just starting, right? We still have to construct a lot before we get to pop shortage status. And then we're really not going to hit it very quickly because Xing. But we'll see how that goes. Frostbite's play inside I had an Argentina run where you had to wait a couple years to declare a war due to lack of pops to rehire and stuff. Lost a war against Paraguay, the true thirds. Yeah, it definitely seems a bit more of a consideration. I just don't know how important it is. You land there and just push until your army's arrived and then defend there. I'm 90% sure you win this. But do we really want to rumble with Persia over this? I mean, it's got iron. Ah, yes, the Korean War. Yes. The Korean-Arabian War. Everyone remembers. They never taught that in history. I don't know where you went to school, but that was prominent in our history. The Korean-Arabian War. You know? Realism. Alright, let's see. We're probably gonna acquiesce and just, you know, contort ourselves in pain, because we do have a bit more negative approval, but the rural folk are doing alright here. It's gonna be like the reverse of our Japan run, where we couldn't pass, you know, agrarianism to save our lives, and now we're just going to get the big easy. We did call our one time for this, though, so we're not going to be able to use the one time to pass laissez-faire, which is unfortunate, but of course you can only use a one time once. You get the Nile later and colonize... Oh, Blue Nile you get later and then block the UK? Nah. This is interesting, I suppose. I think you could block UK by going through Shewa. And maybe that's a bit better. Oh, we should put in other war goals. A little bit of a mistake here. A little bit of a misplay. Critical error. So, we're losing a little bit of money. I think at the back of the queue we're going to add another construction sector here. But maybe at the front we're going to add a little bit of a logging camp. And get in on that. Oh, we still haven't made the swap yet? Spooky, spooky. I don't know, we haven't swapped over. We got another one here. We'll just leave that as is, I suppose. Is the meta only building in construction sectors in one place only? It would be if you could choose to only do that, or it would be for quite a while, but I mean there is a cap, right? So the cap informs what the metagame looks like. And so we're going to have to spread out a little bit. We are also spreading out a little bit right now because we are not going to have railroads for some time, so we don't want to walk ourselves into kind of a little bit of a corner in regards to how the game's going to play out. Like, I think we have plenty of info right now, but we're going to run out. So maybe want to bring stuff up in a more balanced way. We're going to, speaking of, I think we could do market squares, actually, now that I think about it. I'm going to put coal in as well over here and over here. I'm going to put them on auto expand, but the coal is going to be helping to give us a little bit of infrastructure, which will be nice. Wouldn't it be simpler to take along the coast so you don't have to naval invade Egypt at all? Yeah, I mean, we could do into here through this. This is true. I think I like going after Harar first, though. But for some reason we couldn't. I think it wasn't registering our interest there. Is Qing at war? They are already at war. Unfortunate. We maybe wanted to put a thing there. Looks like UK's not landing. The UK's been really bad in terms of the AI at landing on this patch. What's still on the menu today, Chef? We're reenacting the, very historic Korean-Arabian War. Korean ethno-state. We have, like, one of the best, we have, like, one of the best countries in the entire game for, like, not doing ethno-state. And instead, what is it? I think national supremacy would be really good because we share a heritage trait, right, with Han. We have one of the best national supremacy countries in the game, and then we just go ethno-state because why not? I mean, we could, I suppose. Least fascist Vicky 3 player. The bar is low. Howdy, first stream for the channel. Hey, good old Bean. Discovered your channel like 3 days ago. Really enjoyed it. How goes Korea? Korea goes pretty good. Korea's actually, I think, going to be... I'm going to make a list of countries I recommend to beginners, and I think I'm going to put Korea on it and take Japan off of it. Because your pie gets thumbed too much as Japan. You have a reasonable amount of autonomy here as Korea, so that you can, make some moves, money moves. Do I think with the revamp of the migration system, this could make smaller nations more easy? Yes, 100%. 100%. Smaller nations used to be... You used to be able to just play Tunis and just, like, run through, like, the AI. And now, like, Tunis is a little bit challenging, right? But the primary difficulty was you had to get to multiculturalism before you could pop off. And now you don't need multiculturalism to pop off. And so this is very significant, I think maybe we make our way to Shewa, making our way downtown. No, I actually don't think we beat Shewa in a fight, to be honest. Alright, how useful is this land for us to own? Not very. I guess it would give us a lot of battalions. Only then we can defeat Shewa. What do we get? Freedom. You can never take my freedom, except we want to be in the customs union for as long as possible. I mean, maybe we can land Borneo. How big is their army? We will just have this enormous landing penalty, but, like, we would love to actually start taking better territories, right? And... in a weird spot right now. I think we go after something over here, but we just wanted to prep doing something else. Maybe a tributary Harar. Which means we won't be able to annex it for a while. But I think this is okay. We can eventually drink their milkshake, siphon off their pops. National supremacy doesn't accept Han. I guess I didn't even look at Korean. I thought they shared a heritage trait. And a cultural trait. Oh, they need both, right? Never mind. I take it all back. Cultural traits, so it has to be Korean heritage? Okay. Drat. Yeah, let's just tributary these guys, I think. Oh, we have to keep in mind that we need to have a way stronger army in order to push with what we currently have. Let's just do that. We'll make a little bit of a landing squad. Now, are our places employing up just fine? Hopefully they are. No, they're not. Drat. You can build a university, except we can't. Oh, to be fair, let's maybe come off this for a sec. To be fair, we do not have... It's been a while, but we do not have the wealth-based education access from academia, which might be kind of inhibiting our ability to do qualifications. And since that's not spreading to us, and we know that lathe is going to not spread to us, we maybe do a little bit of this instead. Which is going to help out a little bit. If you go national supremacy, do Han pops assimilate? No, only accepted pops assimilate. Korea's if they are not assimilate or accepted. Korea's slept down in strategy games. They're similar in pop to major European countries and is a great source of labor from China. In strategy games in general, go for Guyana from France or Brits and get war reps. I think that's a little bit of a cheesy exploit right now, no? Because currently, I understand what you're saying, is that we can land this and enforce on them, and Great Britain and France will not land us because the AI is really bad at doing landings right now. But I guess we could do that. Is there anywhere explained what the new units do? Not currently. I think no one wants to make videos on it if it's the information's not like balanced, or it's not necessarily going to apply because it's in a beta. Great Britain can't help us for a while because they're still in this war, and so they're going to have a truce. Does the beta finally differentiate between the different military equipment? Yes, it does. We are currently using just irregular infantry, but it, if you use cannons, they tend to be more offensive, and cavalry tends to fall off, be really strong in the early game. So we're probably going to build cavalry at the start here, and gives you more occupation. You can use war reps to quickly build up. I agree that the strategy is good, but I'm thinking that it's cheesy and people might not like it as much. But I mean, we could do it. So the idea here is we go after one of these, and then since there's no local military, since there's no local military, let's scroll down. It's very easy to just land it and take it, and then the AI is pretty bad at doing landings themselves, and so the hope is they don't land us. Now, they might land us, but then we could just load the game, but I think that we might not do this. Rifle types still just mean more guns, not different guns. Oh, okay, I misunderstood the question. They should really allow Han pops to assimilate if you're on national supremacy. I mean, they should allow discriminated pops in general to assimilate. Try to think where we should do our next war here. Maybe we just subjugate Galeti too here. Kind of don't have enough boats, I think, to go for Brunei. Maybe we... Let's see what they got going on, actually. Just 3 battalions. Maybe we could just, like, raw dog it in with the 30 stack. Show them who's boss. I mean... We don't really need this North China interest anyways, because they already started the war. And Brunei would be very nice for us to take, so we'll go for it. Land with your land party and your main army in Korea for potential landings. I mean... We'll maybe do something a little frisky like that once we get on line infantry. Because then I actually think we can maybe defend against their landings. Try and get Uruguay? No, it's not worth the infamy. Choose the one that has the most gold. This is what we do every time. This is the way. There's only one way to do it, and that is the way. This is the golden way. We must make them pay the iron price for the gold. We're losing a decent amount of money here, but that should be fine. GDP is hitching up every time we complete a building, which is kind of amusing to watch. I think that's what it is. I guess we finished more buildings than that. We're just going to conquer Borneo, I think. Facilitate a little bit more expansion. Hopefully we can make this landing. If not, we'll have egg on our face, but that's okay. If you're not using your infamy decay, you're losing it. So, let's take a look back at what's going on. Maybe we can also go speed 5 here. We're going to make sure we're on auto expand. Well, actually, why can you... Qualifications are the problem. Of course, they are the problem. We are now doing social mobility, which should help with the problem a little bit here, but it takes a while for that to help. We maybe are encountering a little bit of difficulty passing our law. That's crazy, considering we called our one time. We're going to do our naval landing, just blunt force. We're minus 96%, so expecting a lot of casualties here. Uruguay isn't worth the infamy. Doesn't it get plantations and agro throughput modifier? It could be food production or food clothing production state. Well, you can take a quick look at Uruguay, but oh, actually, yeah, they have like no pop. Be kind of okay. Is that a 90? Okay, I stand corrected. I don't think we would want to build grain here though, because we would rather build the really OP rice farms, and they don't have access to dyes or cotton. So I wouldn't super love it, but it also would be maybe a decent raid. In the past, when I've looked at Uruguay, I've not liked it though. You know, I hope that Paradox gives more state bonuses, like it gives a charm to those places, and the places historical steel mill making example, give a bonus on throughput. They currently give no bonuses other than resources, with the exception of electricity bonuses in a few states. Also, apparently those are really resource intensive. Alright, looks like we can get through. It'll be bloody, we'll lose a lot of guys, but yeah, we lost. Well, I guess not even that bad. We get in. Ugh, yikes. Let's see if we have any trade routes. Definitely want to get rid of them if we do. And maybe start building up a little bit of this. Are we supposed to turn down tools usage? We might be supposed to. Having qualification problems, man. I mean, we're not taking that. Come on, we called our one time. What is this nonsense? Don't need OP rice farms when their pop is already low. Yeah. We get Uruguay and Paraguay, we can colonize the little thing in there. You talk about the little this. I have a feeling you're forgetting a country we have to get. We'd have to get Argentina too. Unless this is the same state, in which case you have access, because states always have access through itself. But it looks like Uruguay and Paraguay are different states here. What is up? Are we getting the migrants? Is that what's going on? I was like looking at it, I was like, why is it costing us so much more? Why is our bureaucracy costs going up? Do we have a cultural community for... No, we just have Korean cultural communities. Oh no. Oh no. Sudanese. Somali. Did we conquer something and we're getting a movement there? We might get a bunch of UA pops here in Brunei, because majority of UA is in China. Wait, what? Globally, right? Yeah, there we go. So we might get migration movements from these guys, which would be interesting, because there's already a cultural community here. We wouldn't hate that, to be fair. Right now there is a massive malice from the turmoil, though, so not expecting to see it. Minus migration attraction, minus 75. Not expecting it in the near future. We don't mind a rice farm in North Borneo, and it's like halfway produced, so we're not going to delete it, but... yeah. 100% grab a mod that shows company headquarters and locations of the province info. Oh my god, please. It's such a pain in the butt. Can anyone explain why games lore to me? Why is Great Britain so powerful? Why is Germany divided? Why was Qing so fragile? Is there a lore book or something to this game? Well, it all comes back to the Korean or Arabian War, to be honest. And I would recommend looking into that. Chat, you guys can tell Boya. Tell him about the war. There needs to be an option to not reinforce friendly attacks in wars. Do you have any idea how many millions of men are lost because your puppets are attacking on the front? Yeah, that's annoying. My advice to you, don't have puppets. There we go. Problem solved. Primary school degree is definitely going to take you places. Yeah. King Blue Line takes the bait, thinking that Playa has no idea what happened in this time period. Is 1.5 out yet? No, we're on the beta. We can see down here, this is where it says not the real thing. If you do the war ups thing in Guyana, it would bump you up quickly, and it's a gold state. Okay, who wants us to cheese Guyana? Start a poll. Should we cheese? Alright, we'll do a poll. We'll do a poll about the cheese. It goes back further. The lore begins with the ancient Finno-Korean hyperwar. Yeah, there we go. I would save and land with one troop in land party and leave the other army at home. Yeah, this is definitely the way we'll do it. Cheese is for the French. Looks like chat thinks that cheese is for us. Cheese, it's about the mozzarella sticks. So, let's do this. Let's move one irregular. Actually, let's not move an irregular. What we were planning on doing the entire time is building a single cavalry. Let's do defense army. Let's not forget how to spell. And then we're going to recruit a lancer out of here. Cool. Looks like you guys are into the cheese, so we're going to go for it. To be fair, it's nice to get an interest up here, too. I suppose the Netherlands will actually be reasonably easy to cheese, but if we're gonna cheese, we're gonna full cheese. No, what is this? We called our one time when we were going for tenant farmers. Can someone explain why our one time was not working? Crazy. Oh, we have 1%. There we go. Our one time will be had. Oh, I saved because I was expecting to declare war. We're already at a war. Idiot Generalist doesn't know how to play the game. Goal for the run should be to conquer Finland. I mean, obviously. We have to right the wrong that was made in the Finno-Swedish War. Have you formed the HRE, United States of Europe? Yeah, I did. On one of the first stream when the patch dropped, we did it, and then it got annexed by Tuscany, which is a vibe. Alright. It's time, everyone. Oh, this is gonna be bad. It's mozzarella sticks time. Alright, I guess we're gonna declare on the French. Go for French Guyana. They, of course, will never back down, so we don't even need to make the war reps primary, but we'll just do this. They're cocky. They think they've got us. We'll see if this cheese works. I don't even know if the cheese works, but... all we need is a boat and a dream. Might have to start doing this in rounds with this. I'm not 100% sure this works, but it definitely doesn't work if the AI is actually intelligent about naval landing, but that's a bold proposition. Conquer the legitimate claim on Finland. Yes, yes, of course. Yes, of course. Ooh, the land party needs a leader. Take a look. I think we use the Republican boyo. Now, unfortunately, we might actually have to split off this. What is this? Oh, we're automatically support? Come on. Oh, it's our revolution, actually, I think. Yeah, Omani liberal revolt. Well, we'll let our overlord handle it for us. The 1% you're biting your nails? Don't you mean the 10%? One time was called. That's not how that works. Or never mind, they have troops stationed there. Did they station troops there? Is the AI growing? Is it learning? Doesn't look like it. Damn landowners wanting to keep their cursed political power. We called one time, so we get this, obviously. Now, it might not happen on this tick, but I am feeling this tick. A little 10%er. Line infantry, unlocked. I think we actually maybe start upgrading immediately, actually. Because it's a slow process anyways. Oh, can we not? Irregular infantry cannot be upgraded to irregular infantry. That's true. Did we just unlock line infantry? Whoa, we're gonna save and load. This generally solves problems. Love your streams. Hey, Nick Pardon, how's it going? Thank you for the support. Have I tested the Rhine Union mechanic? Very OP to prevent the forming? Yeah, it is. It's also just very interesting. Blaze biting his teeth. Surely in solidarity with, you know, the Finno-Korean War, just thinking through what happened then. Oh, I suppose, did we brick our event? Oh, well. We'll just luck sack it again. A good old 10% bonus here. Wait, did we load the wrong save? Wait, why did this go? Wait. We just saved and loaded. We didn't load an autosave. Did we load an autosave? Yeah, we saved and loaded. Okay, maybe we did the wrong one. But we had 10%. What happened? We'll get it back. No problem. One time was called, after all. Okay, but the critical one is... Why are these guys still in here? Maybe we have to wait till Monday? I thought we unlocked line infantry. Maybe I'm just going crazy. Probably just going crazy. Well, it looks like they're actually trying to land us, so we do have to mobilize. Ooh, we forgot to switch our thing. Yeah, you know what? I'm thinking this was never a good strategy. The AI is not that bad, apparently. I mean, we are enforcing on them before they enforce on us, currently, but they did land our capital, and they got a 60 stack. I'm not sure, extremes, I'm not sure. Oh, okay. Mobilize your home army. I left out a step, didn't I? I don't think this works, though, because I think they can land into our 30 stack just fine. I mean, the AI is admittedly really bad at doing landings right now, but, pain. Let's, give them extra supplies as well. And, some supplements. The truth hurts. But also, we should be able... Yeah. Am I just, like, crazy, though? Didn't we unlock line infantry? Just save and load. We can always blame the French. This is true. Yeah, I don't know about this one. I don't know about this one. Where are your troops? They're in Korea. Oh, just kidding. They're in Indonesia. I don't think we can successfully defend anyways, though. Insist strategy is bad, leaves troops in Indonesia. Classic generalist moves, huh? I love how they can mobilize while traveling. Truly. Based. Alright, so now we're gonna get these battles, right? Oh my god, did we actually win these? God, this is actually crazy. I'm sorry I ever doubted you. Truly. The only thing that sucks is you can't continue to feed the Rhine after Prussia's not in GP. Doesn't it have to be both Prussia and Austria, or is it just Prussia? Your troops are in Mara. Yeah, too busy shuffling. Move them to Korea. It'll work, trust me. I'm sorry I ever doubted your extremes. You unlock academia. I think we just generally have qualification problems in this province, so I normally say don't do this, but we're gonna build one single university for the purposes of doing the things. We get law debate success, of course. You can't doubt the one time. The one time is always successful. I'm curious if pops will... the migration attraction is too low. But I'm curious to see if we'll start siphoning off a ton of UA pops. Korea is just a worse version of Japan, just admit it. I don't know, Korea's territories are better. You don't know, yeah, the French could have landed in Borneo. 3,000 time pays off. French have fallen off due to, damn, losing to irregulars. Yeah, so currently also there's a bit of a balance problem, right? Because currently everyone starts with all, infantry, and the infantry have really terrible offense. And so I think the skirmish, so we can take a look at skirmish, right? But I think that skirmish don't even have, like, that much more. Oop, that's not the one we want. Skirmish infantry. Our guys have 15 defense, our regulars. They have 15 offense, so we're just as good at defense as they are on offense. They, like, need the cannons. And so, roller coaster law change, biting your nails. Bro, you should just be calm. We used our one time here. We used the one time, my guy. Generally speaking, I can't do stuff like this as much with starting steps videos because people don't like the weird cheese to, like, get a bunch of... maybe we can do it anyway, but they generally don't like it. Peasants rebranded. Down to 5%. For someone hoping in what progresses has been made in Korea, one day we will return to our Finnish homeland. This is what's going on right now. At least right now you believe that Korea has better mappy states than Japan. Japan has more resources. Yeah, so Japan does have more resources. There is this. Is there a way we could possibly put it... So the Intelligentsia has more clout for this. So maybe we could slot them in. Could we do both? Shewa started a diplo play against us? Come on, my guy. What is this? Annex Harar? Bruh. Bruh. So much infamy to take Shewa, what the hell? We could just transfer Shewa to Qing. It was always meant to be Qing, wasn't it? And then... we're not even, like, that committed to this, but... We are gonna have to move our defensive army. We might just put these guys on defense. I wish we could put nothing in. I think we actually... oh, you know what? We actually need to push into them. I forgot they have a huge bonus on offense. I think we actually lose against Shewa, to be honest. God, the truth hurts. Maybe we open their market. We move them there. We just hope France doesn't understand how to land. They need to adjust what types of... they are going to adjust what types of troops nation starts with. Zero RD is strange. This is definitely on the list of... no! No! I think we enforce on them before they enforce on us, though, right? Oh, God. Not like this. No! There we go. Alright, I'm tired of loading. I don't want to do it again. 4%. So we didn't get Guyana, which is a little bit of a shame, but we do have the French war reps. Wait, why didn't we get the French war reps? Bro, that's it? France, why you not making no money? Oh, and our guys aren't going to be in this war in time? Come on. I guess we could have let Harar just vibe for a bit. Yeah, we should have just let Harar vibe for a bit. Terrible. Legislative... oh my god, what the hell? What's that about? We called our one time and everything. I should put in a support ticket. Game is bugged. We called one time, didn't get what we wanted. Crazy. Insane. Absolutely insane. France can land you now, move the army back. Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to get the army to not lose our subject in Harar. Probably should have just taken... I didn't even realize that they were going to pay us such a little amount. Otherwise, I would have just taken the state over the war reps. Okay, what do we have shortages of? Paper? Papel? Bro. Bro. I mean, we can produce paper pretty well here, but... So we got sulfur. Oh, snap. We get a stupid landowners from King Blue Line. Thank you for the donut, my guy. Was that New Zealand dollars? Hello to New Zealand. Thank you so much. It's actually been a hot minute since I've gotten a donut. Much appreciated. Also stupid landowners. We can do that. Looks like Shewa's gonna have some problems. We'll get the last laugh. Of course, I guess maybe we go for the UK with the same strategy. Cheese the UK. Brits would give you more. But you don't get the Guyana gold state. Do they not have Guyana? Is it not all Guyana? It's all Guyana, no? It's all the same state. Hot damn. I just realized with that dono and with how well the USA run's doing, this is gonna be probably, that's gonna make today the most money I make, on a single day. Alright. We're still at war here with the Omani thing. Oh, we have to land them, I guess? Terrible. Zanzibar? I think we can land this in Zanzibar. We'll send these guys back. How's it going, King Blue Line? I'm not sure. I've seen you in chat before. Yeah. Should have just taken the gold state. Here we go. Let's come back to here. We are having an employment problem. Oh, we also did want to do this. We are having a problem. I mean, academia will help. We can boost this to the second level, which is maybe what we want. I mean, we want to do the event anyways, so we're going to need to build the level 2 uni. Might as well be there, I suppose. Add another construction sector. New Zealand 50. What is that? I can't see because there's the thing covering it up, but you're suggesting it's a different amount in USD, less than American. Yeah, the thing auto converts it to me in American dollars, in freedom dollars, it's 28.96. I've seen you in Discord. Okay. Are you the same name under Discord? I don't recognize the image, which is like, to me, the easiest like crossover than like the names. Go porcelain, I guess. I mean, do we just go and cheese? We just cheese them one by one, huh? Oh, do we not have an interest in the region? Where's our interest? Oh. Wait, why can't we? Oh, because we're in a war. We don't have a brain. It's not the same picture. I see. What time is it even in New Zealand right now? I'm trying to think. It's probably... Is it the morning? It might be the morning. So I know it's like late here. So it would be morning, yeah. Something like this. Buenas noches, Sriracha. Oh, sirs. I apologize. They just are they're so sticky on the employment, man. I guess maybe we just build a little bit of a round of rice farms. Those are much easier to employ up, and they should be just generally pretty good. And then, the auto queue really cranked up those logging camps. Holy shit. Let's do some of that action there. It's 2 p.m. Okay. Really? I would have thought there was a much bigger dime. Oh, well, I guess. So I'm here. I guess that makes sense. Are we losing pops? Our bureaucracy needs went down. No, not like this. Mortality's too high. Doesn't have qualifications to fill vacancies. I mean, maybe we need to spread the love a little bit. We're just gonna auto-expand wood everywhere. And look to, because I think they'll be able to be a little bit better on the qualifications. You can do the same cheese in Alaska. Oh my god, we can. It's just the Korean cheese run. Everyone knows that Koreans invented cheese shortly before the secret was stolen by the Finnish in the Finnish War. Is Transvaal still really good? Yeah, but we can't land there yet. We don't have a big enough fleet. But we can just take Alaska and war reps. Yeah. It's time for the cheese. Once we finish this war. I have to say I was rather scarred when I heard that armies would have visible stacks. They are going to be visible. It's still hands off though. Homesteading. Or which is better, traditionalism or industry banned? Wait, what? They're both awful. Industry banned might be better though. Industry band doesn't give the mappy mallows. Industry band is probably better. God. The truth hurts. We can try the rural folk and just somewhat soon though. I don't think we want to go for homesteading. Actually, what are we doing? What are we doing? I forgot. Our hero will protect us. Reaching. Right, so if we have a movement for homesteading, we won't be legitimate enough to pass it. So, let's get on landed voting with the Intelligentsia first. That way we will have enough legitimacy. We will have enough legitimacy when the landowners rebel. The Yangban officials. We will have enough legitimacy when they rebel, and then if we do landed voting, and then we can just do tenant farmers, and we will just receive assistance from the peoples. Damn landowners. How hard is it to land Gaza? Jesus. We're trying not to get canceled this stream. Start talking about landing Gaza. Homeboy wants to invade Gaza, not like this. It's not that hard though. We actually might be able to do it even. I think people are more amused by the cheese. Did Korea's population size get updated? I thought it was 9 million or so at game start. I think it, oh, looks like it did get updated. It starts smaller. Especially because we've been taking territories. It's not just pop growth we have been experiencing. Bruhs. We know there are people here. Come on. Just come to work. Give everyone else qualifications. Not like this. Not like this. Let's check where we are with lathe. Okay, so we should, yeah. will not spread the lathe. Oman is in default. But yeah. Qing will protect us while we reform everything. Oh, I forget serfdom's also a pretty big factor for nuking qualifications. Maybe, yeah, it's probably just a lot more painful on 1.5 as well. This is uncomfortable though. I do not like this. I suppose we could do the migration edict as well. How much are we getting from this? Not a lot. So we will try and create a Han community here, which is perhaps, it's a danger. Oh, we can't even use this edict yet. Just kidding. Oh, we're almost out of infra there. Alright, so we're going to start building up in here instead. We're going to build this, auto-expand this. Something like this. Losing a little bit of money. I suppose we actually really don't want to lose the money, huh? Because we're unrecognized and small. We have to be a little bit concerned about a death spiral. Do we really? We used our one time and then... Gotta pick the only spot in the Middle East without any oil to give us beloved people. The truth hurts. I keep pausing thinking we can declare war, but then we're still finishing up with this Omani thing. They did get landed, right? Oh, I guess they didn't? Okay, we're just gonna... Is this the revolt? Oh, we're done. I hate it when that happens. Oh, their army's way bigger than ours. Pain. Yep. We have to land with the big army. In my head, like, China already took care of this, but they did not. I mean, I guess it's an eventual force, but maybe it's, like, mutual eventual reinforcing. Revolt has a lot of troops there, yeah. More than we would like. I'm not sure how much tech we can use here. Leaded glass, I suppose. We'll swap those on everywhere. I didn't realize we had food industries. Come back over here and oh, this place, perfect. We already built one because we planned ahead. It's thinking with your dipstick, Jimmy. If Oman's leader dies, you lose Zanzibar if you don't annex it yourself. I think we are likely to lose Zanzibar then because it's going to be 15 years or whatever until we can. God, we have 0 infamy. If you're not using your infamy decay, you're losing it. Terrible. Mistakes were made. Atmospheric engine pump is big nice. There we go. Fortunately, we are still on traditionalism. Which is the opposite of big nice. I think we have to go railways as well immediately here. So, almost certainly going to need a bit more of this. Ryan says, haha. I agree. Now we put down the revolt. Perfect. Now we can take a save and we can go after... I guess we can take a little bit of a poll. Who do we cheese? Do we cheese the UK? Or do we cheese Russia? I mean, I have to also think about these types of things because the plan is, we have a plan for doing kind of a min-maxed Qing run, and so I have to actually try and see what uber min-max looks like, not just like relatively efficient play. Could we capitulate out? I suppose we could. Kalea loves atmospheric engine pump. Me too, dude. I would die for atmospheric engine pump, to be honest. It looks like pretty immediately we do see Russia is winning the poll. Who do we choose? We will, of course, be taking Alaska. Everyone remembers when Korea invaded Alaska, so this is on theme. Unfortunately, was that 34? So, God, my eyes freaking having problems. I guess we choose the UK first. We are damaging relations, though. But I suppose I lied to you guys. The illusion of choice. We had no choice. The truth hurts. We will be cheesing the UK first. Now, I'm not even sure this is good because this will, of course, cause problems with that. But we will say, hey, give us Guyana. And they will say no, of course. And then we will say, sorry, didn't mean it, except we did. And then we'll also go for war reparations, British war reparations. We could live a subject, maybe. Almost certain. Oh, we could we could actually probably liberate True Shield states. That's kind of funny. That's cute. We will mobilize the defense army. And then put the HQ, put them over there. Instead of, you know, causing problems. You can even make them release Manchuria, Russia? Or Qing. But this is a little tricky. How do you choose the UK? Well, we're just going to land in Guyana with one boy. And they won't be able to stop us because they won't station troops there. And then we'll get Guyana and free war reps, basically. Now, can we get war reps on these guys, too? Dirty, dirty. I think we can. I don't think they are going to have troops stationed here. No? Maybe the barracks, maybe they stationed here? They probably don't station here. Revoke claim on Idaho, that's true. Let's go for the full shebang. I'm really not sure if we'll be able to do this, but 27% plus 72%. Who stole the last percent? Russia. Yeah, don't you know how elections work in Russia? The percents aren't real, they can't hurt you. Neither are the votes. The the quashing of dissent and censorship, though, that's real. Those can't hurt you, yeah. Also the truth. The truth also hurts. More than anything else, the truth's what hurts. Just adding a couple rice farms, because those will require way less qualifications for us to actually do anything with. We'll land a little bit of Guyana here, which will give us our primary thing. And then I think we can land this to enforce on the Dutch East Indies. Now, where are these guys from? Where are you from, my Lancers? Yang Ho? We're going to recruit a couple more in Yang Ho. Get a little bit bigger. Make the Navy a little bit bigger. Give us something to construct as well. You have to land with land party and push the armies and then ditch the front with the land party again if they get all the way back. After that, you can tributary Manchuria. Tributary Manchuria. That sounds like a little bit of a pain. But it does make sense in terms of being better. Oh man, I gotta start getting ready for this Saturday we will be redoing our 3v3v3 multiplayer format, and I have to prepare my soul for the gamey cheese that everyone can do on each other following that. If you wanted to join, there's still a couple spots left open. You just have to comment, "I will take the Ring to Mordor" on the Discord, whose link should be below, but that doesn't necessarily mean it is below. But the 3v3v3 format, the essential element is, you have a tripedal balance between 3 teams of 3, such that usually what will happen is the 2 weaker teams will, go after the strongest team. And in this way, you can balance Victoria 3, which is otherwise a tremendously unbalanced game. I think we can land here. Oh, if not, we can probably land in Malaya. Malaya's probably actually better, huh? We'll do that one next. But we're just defending and getting Guyana. Wider, bigger expansion. Bigger, faster, stronger. Deeper. We have to go deeper with these strategies. Alright, we can acquiesce probably. Especially because we actually want to force them to have a revolution sometime soon. Good old land party. Qing, notably, the AI Qing is going to, they're going to reform their military way faster. I'm not good enough to do a 3v3v3, would let down my teammates. I mean, the teammates get let down if the event doesn't fire, to be fair. But I definitely understand. It's like competitive, but like semi-competitive, but it's definitely, the idea is you are playing for a GDP, not like for strict funsies, right? But they have troops in Indonesia, land on Kenya. Land on Kenya? Can't we just bide our time? I guess we could land on Kenya. I don't think this achieves too much, though. I think we're just enforcing on them either way. Gonna get war reps, Guyana, and the bag. Now, we still cannot... We're getting some migration attraction. We still haven't gotten a Han migration anything yet. I get some wee-woos in chat. Pour one out for the boy who needed an ambulance, I suppose. Wee-woo. Land Newfoundland afterwards. I mean, it's pretty... you're right that it will make them enforce faster, but it's going to be pretty marginal, to be honest. Oop, can we support? No, we can't. Of course not. Generalist equals Thanos, balanced to all things, as they should be. But, I mean, I'm shocked at how playable 3v3v3 is. Like, it's like... so, like, what's going on is basically super up. And... we just can't get the employment up, can we? Freaking serfdom, man. Serfdom. It's not even discrimination, it's serfdom. Is this new on 1.5.5? Did they nerf? Or make serfdom even worse for you? It's uncomfortable. I need an adult. How many countries will be dished out for the 3v3v3? So it's going to be a draft, and you can draft whatever you want. So there's going to be 9 countries total that are being played. Colonization, we finally just nat spread something we could have passed a law on a while ago. But you know, the top 8 countries are, you know, the GPs plus the starting game GPs, plus Qing and so the 6 guys here. Great Britain, France, Russia, Austria, Prussia, United States, plus Great Qing and the EIC, which EIC is a minor power. And then, in my opinion, I think Spain should be drafted. Also, people sometimes don't draft Great Qing because Great Qing is kind of annoying to defend with early on, and we've seen dog piles on Great Qing. We get a heart from Frostbite's player. Very nice. Wee-woos in chat. We can land Newfoundland, though, I guess. I think that they're probably pretty close to... No, I guess they don't want to give up the bag. Fair enough. We're gonna land Singapore. Or this is, of course, the same idea, right? We're occupying larger and larger swaths of land. And then we will be going after Russia following this. I guess maybe we want... See, we don't want to nuke our migration attraction that we have from unused arable land, but rice farms are also super OP, so... And they are something we can employ up right now, because employment on the arable stuff is generally a lot easier, so... Yeah. But there's no ban system in the 3v3v3, so we might have to have a ban system. But the problem is you don't want the AI playing GPs and randomly thumbing pies. Looks like France collapsed under the psychological weight of losing to Korea in a war. It's been a hell to have serfdom now. That's the beauty of serfdom. Everyone is enslaved equally. Stop to imaging relations with Russia is fair. This is true. We do not want to have long-standing bad relations with Russia, just short-term bad relations with Russia. Would you accept support? No, not really. Tudor sides with Isaac. Britain negotiates for them. The truth hurts. I guess we could land Newfoundland. I don't want them to get caught on something, but thoughts about adding different maps to 3v3v3? Different maps? What do you mean? More mappy, less problems? I mean, divergence is definitely a theme, or like going to be something that we play on. I think divergence is better balanced. That is the, for those of you who don't know, it's like defensive darkness divergences or something, or defensive divergences. But it's commonly called divergences. It is a mod with alternate history, which is much more balanced for multiplayer. I think AI Pythons would be fun, random aspect to them, and it would encourage your team to pick a strong military to help you out. Bans would be cool, IMO. I have plans for doing some amount of banning and trying it out, but I still have like the flagship format be the same. Would a competitive system where there's a point system and an end date and points be given out for various metrics such as GDP, SOL, most land, most prestige, etc., or is that bad? So initially, I was trying to think of what the best scoring system was for this format. You know, and I spent quite a bit of time, and I decided that GDP was the best metric because everything else is really easy to game in a strange way, but GDP, it's hard to just randomly inflate your GDP. And there's things you can do, but I felt that it was the best scoring metric overall, and so we went with that. I think we just want this guy to come home instead of actually trying to push these guys. And so we just went with GDP. You won't accept our help. And so we do nominal growth, you know, cross-section with proportional growth. But, I mean, maybe there's a better system for scoring. If Prestige didn't give so much to, like, having boats, Prestige would, or, like, I actually took a look at how you get Prestige and maybe trying to score on Prestige using a mod, but I didn't want it to be too arbitrary, and I felt that GDP was the least arbitrary, like, indication of, you know, this thing, this abstraction of how well are you doing. And so we decided to go with that. Or I decided to go with that. I made all the decisions. SOL is a lot harder to cheese now unless I'm missing something. I don't think SOL is a very good indication of how good you're doing, though. SOL is largely a function of how small your starting nation is, I think. And is less a function of how well you play. Like, so the question is, okay, how do we score system? How do we have a scoring system that's an objective metric, like it's a number in the game? It's not like Generalist's opinion on how well people did. How do we have a system like this? And how do we have that this numerical system kind of represents strong play? And I think the SOL would just represent who can pick the smallest starting nation possible while still not getting clapped by the other two teams, which maybe that's interesting. Maybe we could score it on combined SOL of the team. So that would make some people, like, you would definitely not see Great Qing drafted at all, and maybe not Russia drafted. If Qing goes in Russia's market, Alaska cheese will be gone. How right you are. Oh, it looks like the cheese is already gone. The Russia cheese. Alas, poor Yorick, I knew him well. They need to fix that. This needs to not happen every game, but... Oh, what? What? When? Bro, when did that happen? What? I mean, I haven't clicked this in some time. Did it just boot us because we were... Why did it boot us? It just booted us because Qing joined Russia's market? Or did something else happen? Certainly we're not a tributary anymore then. What's going on? Does someone know what happened exactly? Bump up construction. Independent. How did we get independence, though? Freedom. How? I'm not sure I wanted to be free. I want to be in the Russian market. I want to be where the people are. Ah! I want to be where the people are. Sorry, Russia. We never had designs on Alaska. We were just kidding. We didn't mean it. Because you damage relations with... Oh, that makes sense. Because we had negative relations with Russia, and you don't get in the Russian market. Baro. That makes some sense. I mean, it shouldn't break the fact that we're a Great Qing tributary. Jesus. We do not want to join the USA's market. We would just get our milkshake drank. Okay. Oh, we can't join a customs union because we have a bunch of subjects. No, this is so bad. This, like, so scuffs the run. We're gonna load. This is really not what we want right now. We're straight up not having a good time. Let's see if autosave 1 can save us. Autosave the run. This is like such a central feature to like what makes these guys unique. So it happened before then, I just didn't notice. Baroque. But it shouldn't work like that. We should just be stuck because we're... Okay. Let's try and think of how we're going to try and salvage this. We definitely want to be in the same market as Qing. I guess we don't necessarily need to improve relations with Russia right now, immediately. I'm not sure exactly what to do here. Will you be participating in said competitive game on Saturday? Or Sunday for you? I will not be participating. I think that would introduce a level... I don't think you can have the... No trade routes between our markets is a reason. That is a vibe. Why are we making so much money, too? Bro. That's so much money. Okay, from the Diplo Pacts. Okay. Well, we can import this, and we can import it from the Russian market. We have an adjacency with that market, because Landfang is still in it, right? We have an adjacency to Landfang. We could search by productivity. We really want to build a lot more of that stuff ourselves. But I guess now we're going to have to build up, a consumer good economy at least a little bit. I think we're going to build a little bit here. So we're going to build a textile mill and furniture. I want to be where the people are. Do we have dyes? I think we don't have dyes, right? We'll solve that when we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. Okay, so we can fight Russia for Alaska then. Or no. We just need an interest there. Okay. We want to become a major power, though, as well. That way we could go for pain. Yeah, 100% agree. This is, like, really not what we wanted to do. You didn't realize the Netherlands could be Rhine confederate? Oh, yeah, baby. Bump up construction sectors we're going to. We're still in the beta? Yes. I'll get to your comment about score in just a second. So, well, I mean, I don't think we want to get the negative. I'm not sure it's worth it to try and get that from them. We could get Guyana from the Netherlands. The problem is we're also at an inflection point where... Let's take a save and go after Gaza. Please. I feel a score based on both GDP and SOL would be fun for flexible playstyle. You could have the classic team GDP max and work with them, or yeah, but it's you're like directly punished for having in terms of your draft for having high pop countries. They become really unviable, which is maybe not a problem, but like you could have the classic team GDP maxing and you could decide to work with them or stay neutral and eco max. Oh, we can't ask to join Russia's market because we have a bunch of subjects. Bro. This is terrible. Build up gold mines in Guyana? I don't think they've been discovered yet. We could check though. They're not being discovered yet. In-Young sat on the wrong... In-Young Joe sat on the wrong toilet. Yeah, the truth hurts. The wrong toilet hurts. I'm not even 100% sure we can make this landing. I think we do with our land party here. Suppose we'll increase this a little bit. I just want to be where the people are, guys. The truth hurts. I just wanted to be where the people were. Shoot, man, that's so annoying. It shouldn't null the subject relation. I should use... Yeah, you're right. I'm getting distracted. I'm getting very distracted. We shouldn't build them there, though. We're gonna, like, instantly have an enormous problem with, off the back of that, though. Yeah. Whoa, we can't deploy anywhere. The truth hurts. And then... I think we're probably going to need tools as well, or we're going to need wood, maybe. Nope, we're not going to need wood because we built a ton of it. Okay, tools? Nope, okay, we're good on tools. Spectacular. Let's take a look at our infamy. 16. GDP 10 million. We've, like, doubled it, but our population... We actually increased population, but mainly through conquest. Man. Land voting, please. You only have the reps 5 years. Yeah, I don't want to overbuild it too much. I don't want to enter a deficit. Oh Jesus. Ask and you won't receive. Asks to not be in a deficit, immediately deficit. All right. Railways, please. Alright, we do have to try and see if we can get the journalism... Sorry, the journal entry. I think we're okay. God, if we get into... Well, we don't want USA's market. USA would just freaking take all of our pops in an instant. Bro. We could maybe do UK's market. And they're likely to invite us, so we're going to improve relations with them. We only have war reps 5 years, and that's only if the UK doesn't join plays against us, which they're somewhat likely to, right? We get a nice little tick here. But I think we could grow the eco into the current level of construction. I guess looking forward, we probably want a company. It's match spreading, though. So I guess we just let it, and then we do water tube. This is the way. Bro's not getting Han Pops. Yeah, bro, I'm straight up not having any Han Pops. I'm not having a Han Pop right now. UK market is bad. Canada eats up your pops. No, but I think we drink India's milkshake here. You have to delete the sectors after war reps. Maybe not all of them. No, we're gonna hold on to them. We're just not going to build up all the way. We're going to get a little bit of a surplus, and then we're going to come back down. I'm going to leave that. I think I'm okay with having at least a level 1 uni in a few places, because we are having huge qualification problems. And the first uni you build is going to be much, much more useful. And also, when you only have 5 unis, the throughput's much, much less important because you get increased marginal returns. Straight up not having a Han Pop right now. Alright, what's your market look like? The problem is we also probably can't really do very good volume from their market. I guess we can import this. Take a look at our trade routes. Oh, what are we doing with our lives? Wasting them, obviously, but like... Let's do this, and then... I forgot we need to actually do this. And then the dyes is the other one. I mean, we do want to protect, like, grain and fabric. Where's dyes? There we are. Oh, we haven't finished. Have we not finished? You used dyes, no? Alright. We get landed voting. Cool. Oh, now we don't have a mummy. Bro, this keeps getting worse and worse. No one's gonna protect us from these guys stomping on our guts. Luckily he's a jingoist, so we're gonna do this. If you're a jingoist, you know, clap your hands. If you're a jingoist and you know it, clap your hands. If you're a jingoist and then you know it, then your foreign policy will real surely show it. If you're a jingoist and you know it, clap your hands. Jingoist and you know it, clap your hands. Yeah. Alright. So that should help out a little bit. Let's gonna make them happier. We were just gonna rev. Now no one will protect us. I mean, we can delete the military, not the capital. Maybe this is the way. I think the land party we built specifically in the capital. No, this is the capital. Did we build the land party there? We have a decent amount of troops there. I guess maybe we force it. Let's do colonial resettlement first, though, because I think it'll be good. Generalist, you should start calling one times more often in your videos than save scum, the law change off camera. I only call one time on stream. But yeah, maybe I should just, I don't maybe I should start save scumming and then call the one time and then just be like, oh, we got it every time. Be like, oh, I'm so handsome and good at this game. Just hit him with the classics. I definitely think it's funny when I whiff, though, too. Like, I think it's good content I think it's good content either way. Right? Like, if I get exactly what I want, it's hilarious. And then if I, like, I look like silly being like, one time and like, oh, we're gonna get it. And then we, of course, don't get it, because that's not how probability works. And then I just look like a moron. I think it's good fun. Maybe we just go up. How much are we getting from Diplo packs? How much are we really getting? Yeah, dude, there's... Conservative Party can give them momentum. I don't think so, my guys. Maybe we'll see something change in terms of the cloud as well once we get one of these votes here. Could also... Oh, we have caked up Industrialists here. Alright, what reform could we do here? We could do this. Where's all our clout coming from here? Industrialists mainly? Alright, so we're going to use this for our reform. Which means we can reduce taxes one notch. And you can get your laws too on your first try if you subscribe. This is the way. This is how we cheese it. Oh, looks like our landing failed actually here, though. Damn, damn, damn. Damn, damn, damn. What happened here? I thought they had an army half this size. It's a bunch of irregulars and some lancers. Oh, did we mobilize? Alright. Well, we'll see what happened. We'll see it with our own eyes. Look with your special eyes. My brand. My brand of failure. We might have to... If we greatly expand the military, though, then in the capital, maybe this gives us a nice little context for forcing a revolution here, so... There we go. It should be nice. Change PM on tools. Thank you. Right, you are. Aye, aye, Captain. Backseat gamers of the world unite. That actually sounds a little derogatory. I don't mean that in a derogatory way. Oh, we just landed our 30 stack? And we just forgot we landed our 30 stack? Okay, fair enough. No, thank you. Yuck. Cloud for those guys. Actually, that'll increase the redistributed cloud a little bit more. But we should be able to make a government that doesn't have them and is still somewhat legitimate. Yeah, legitimate enough to pass a law, which is critically why we passed landed voting first, by the way, everyone. Why we did not force a rev initially. Got it. It's a journey to get into Russia's market so that we can be in the same market as Great Qing. Saber Story says, yo, thanks for the vids having first successful runs. Congratulations. Why do buildings revert, though? PMs? Why are they reverting? I'm not sure what you mean. I need a little bit more context. I lack the context to evaluate that question. Why are the PMs reverting? Which PMs are reverting, though? Alright, I think we delete down the military maybe now. Maybe we wait. Maybe we take Transvaal first. What, 19 infamy? Come on, my guys. Is there anyone who can thumb our pie here? I guess Portugal can. We're just going to take a save. I guess really losing the war reps with the UK would be an immense pie thumbing in a different mean. So we're going to go after them here. One day we'll be big enough. I think we picked up some barracks here. I think we don't want them, so we'll just downsize them. If you're Generalist, and you know that, stomp your feet. Do you think you can King Huan Yi has that goofy Riz from Ohio, blah? I'm not sure. Your tongue is a strange one to me. Blah. Why even play Korea if you're trying to join Qing's market anyways? If you're just trying to? Bro, this is... You start out in their market. What do you mean? That's like the defining feature, is you just get infinite Chinese pops. You get to be small and have a ton of population. They're like the ultimate playing tall country. Bruh. Oh, I forgot that the institution would have costs. Rip the dream. Alright, we're gonna get rid of serfdom. Homesteading it is. Time to... Oop, actually, nope. We made a mistake. We made a critical mistake here. We need to delete our army before these guys leave the government. Which they just assuredly are going to, so we gotta downsize everything. Smell you later. Smell you later. So we will only have a little bit of troops. There we go. We only have 10 troops now. And the... Wait, where'd the land party go? Bro, why did that delete? That's so stupid. We specifically built up all the Lancers in the capital and it deleted a bunch of non-Lancers. It deleted all our Lancers. What gives? And it kept all of our irregulars. What is it? It's just not locally calculating, it's just randomly taking them out, isn't it? How is this possibly working? That's obnoxious. We wanted Lancers there. That's stupid. Alright. Oh, maybe we built Lancers somewhere else. I don't think we did, though. It's kind of, yeah, alright. Whatever. It's not that big a deal. Has Generalist done an Indian territory already? I have, but not a successful one. But we obviously can't push this without... We could have pushed this with Lancers, but we can't push it with these. And, like, we were trying to delete all the non-Lancers. Dude, that's, like... We're just gonna load. Hopefully this is before we start passing the law, because once we start passing the law, then we're not going to be able to do the things. Oh my god. The truth hurts. It always hurts. But I think you have to... I don't think Indian territories is there. I don't think there's a strategy that you can consistently get Indian territories. Like, I don't think there's a strategy you can execute where it's not, like, a matter of, like, re-rolling effectively for you. Yeah, we're gonna annex Transvaal and then do the things. If we're Generalist and you know it, stomp your feet. Alright, now we're just not gonna pass the law until after we roll over these guys. Which we should be able to. Still waiting for a Generalist land thing run. Oh, Civil Wars reset PMs? Yeah, that is annoying. Okay. Exactly, you only play Korea to be in Qing market, now you're just trying to join the Qing market like every other run. Yeah. It's like, why even play Korea? They have really good mapping now though, so that is something. But I guess we're going to end up... I wonder if we delete down all of these, where they'll delete them from. But like overall the UI, like it's so hard to like delete and build specifically what units you want in what provinces and organize and reorganize and do this sort of thing is like kind of a pain. Cybersource says he's playing the US and it's going well. You're fine, just defend border and attack after 2 defensive battles. You're probably right. We're just in too much emotional pain. Oh, what did you get swayed with? Say so, nothing? Okay, cool. But now we full occupy them, right? So now we will delete our army. I guess I really don't, I would rather not delete any of the Lancers, so I'll try this. Oh, and look, it just immediately turns the other ones into Lancers. Look, we did not have 10 Lancers, and so it turns a bunch of the guys that were here into Lancers now. It just turns them all into Lancers? Are they all here? No, they're not. Son of a bizzle, dude. We didn't build the Lancers elsewhere. Bro. I mean, I guess we'll have 4 Lancers, but like... Or maybe I'm just misremembering stuff. I don't think I am. Maybe I'm going crazy. Am I going crazy, chat? Is it all in my head? Please. Don't let it all be in my head. Just gonna go homesteading and get it over with. I'm not 100% sure it's better. Indian territory should be possible in 1.5. Maybe, cause with the new migration, I can buy on that though. It'd be difficult. I think more difficult than it was like on 1.0 or whatever. Bro, why does the defensive army have irregulars? Wait, where you come from? Where you come from, girl? What's your sign? I guess they come from here. I'm not sure what their sign is, but we do get the gold fields. And we prepare ourselves for civil war. They're gonna delete our universities and stuff too. Son of a bitch. Son of a business. I think we're gonna put in text ammo. What are we having a shortage of here? Really, just paper? Papel? Let's import some. Just got a defense pact with Austria, and Great Britain and France declares war. Nice. Notably, you get such a powerful like sway mechanism, like, or sway. What is it called? Modifier when you're in a defense pact with someone. Oh, it looks like we lost our Zanj interest. Terrible. God, Oman's not what it used to. Having to wait 15 years before an annex makes Oman so much worse. As a place to go after. I guess maybe we go after the Congo. We definitely want to start a colony, right? Forgot we did pass colonization. Let's go, baby. Have a decent numbers here. I guess we're going to try and build up in the capital right now, because secure some local goods, I guess. Family always comes first, that's fair. Just gonna piss off the landowners because they're already pissed. And we're trying to force a rev anyways. We don't want mortality. Sure. Wait, you can make the army's main HQ to your capital? I guess I could have done that, yeah. Kinda don't want to hit the minus bureaucracy, but... I'm so not used to picking this option. But we're just like trying to force the rev, so. I'm gonna say call this the Africa Army. I don't think it rebels. But hopefully they don't conscript up too much. Told me earlier. The truth hurts. Oh, about Oman. Research electric industry so you can affect the world with K-pop. I'd never do that. We will stop the run before the K-pop. I promise. I see an afford of anger. I agree. Oh yeah, you told me about it, but I didn't want to believe. No, I remember you telling me about it. I didn't even know that was the trigger, but like the fact that you can't like 4 years later them is very significant. You know. Abolitionists? Let's go, brother. I mean, you'd be a little late to the party here, but oh, this guy's an abolitionist anyways. Holla. Holla holla. We'll reduce taxes here, so that way we can get faster passes on our homesteading here. We, of course, are having problems. Oh, we're having a lot of problems. I don't like the problems. Guys, make the problems go away. The problems hurt. Oh, if someone thumbs our pie here, we're gonna be triggered. We did prep having engines here, though, so we're going to do the railways. Do the hustle. Law progresses to consideration. Big nice. Oman's leader starts at 60 years old. Jesus, that's not ideal. That is not ideal at all. It's been streaming for about 2 hours now. Probably going to go for another hour-ish. Frostbite's playing said it recently joined the official Vic3 Discord, and holy, the amount of arguments that break out over the beta discussion is insane. A lot of people are. It's definitely very lively. Where are our guys? Bro, we moved you to the HQs. I wonder what it is that bricks. Wait, what? No, come on. Are they really trapped? Are you trapped? No path? Bro. They're trapped. A little silly. They are trapped in South Africa. They were not blessed by the rains down in Africa, and so they were trapped by them. F's for the boys trapped by the rains down in Africa. You hate to see it. Agrarian Party, the classic industrialist devout agrarian party. It is a classic. Classic. I think I don't even like homesteading as much, generally speaking, but I'm just like over the landowners right now. I think tenant farmers is probably better. Loosely speaking. Can we get a trade agreement? Can you please invite us to your customs union? That way we can have smooth prices. Land Party, can you fuse with the 3rd Korean Army? Thanks. No, you say you can't get there? The travel time is not available? They were trapped down by the rains in Africa. Maybe naval invade? Okay, we can try that. Historically speaking, this hasn't really worked for me, but... Oh, it'll work. Look, guys. It'll work. It will just take a little over 5 million years. We'll get there in 5 million years. We will do it. Korea had slavery until the 1900s. Interesting. Why don't they start with slavery? SA is a trap. I found you take all the nations, which is weird. SA is a trap. I found you take all the... South America? Is that what you're saying? Is a trap that they take your migration? They would, like, get all your incoming migrants? Is that what we're talking about? I have this stupid little heart in the interface over your message that, like, I can't read, like, the far right of it, which is just, like, really, like, smooth moves. Alright, now we can upgrade our army. The SA is a trap. I found you have to take all 3 nations, which is weird. Are you talking about the new South America? Or South Africa? There's a lot of SAs. But, so, I mean, if we go after Orania, we should unbrick these guys. Unbreak my heart. Say you'll love me again. Alright. Looks like we don't have enough, stuff for it. What the frick? What's going on here? Oh, we can use public trains. Hey, we can get some transportation. Why aren't you employing my guy? We have qualifications. Oh, please employ. Don't do this to us. No. Well, I mean, once we do this, it'll be better, but once we pass homesteading. To be fair, homesteading will give a slightly higher SOL, so it'll be a little bit better than 10 of farmers for qualifications. I think we extend... No, we don't extend the hand. Yeah, make sure you move your army before you enforce. Yep, this is the way. I guess we can save and go after Orania now, then. We've gotten them trapped so many times. Yeah, this is... From my relatively small sample size, this does fix it, though. Maybe the African army we can leave there, but we'll take no chances. We'll move them all back to Korea. Oh, we have a company, too. Why do we have a company? I guess we not spreaded the tech. Oh, what are we supposed to do? Probably this one. You make too much money? Not for long. No. Not too many construction... I don't think too many construction sectors got deleted. We're making... I guess a couple. But now we're in a good spot. Because we knew we were running out pretty quick there. Let us back into your market, your sweet bosom. The truth hurts. Russia sides with great shame. Okay. So if we do this, now we're on the same side of a play with Russia. Please invite us back into your loving arms. It says you would let us join the customs union, but we can't join the customs union. Guess we'll take the Loyalists, because if we have a happy Confucians anyways, we get the minus radicals anyways. We're getting minus 100% radicals. Let's go, baby. Is it laissez-faire time? It is laissez-faire time. What are we asking ourselves? You had 84 construction? You're right, they did delete some construction sectors. We can't rebuild them, though. Or we can't afford to rebuild them. We can't afford, I think, to put them all on iron frame, though. You're right. But we, like, yeah, we really can't afford that. Anyways. I think after this, maybe we go empiricism. God. Will you give us... Hey, you'll bankroll us. Hot. For no assistance. I mean, plenty of assistance. We will help you with plenty of assistance, my friend. Bro, we're still on that paper, BS? Oh my god, I know we have... The number of mines is non-zero. Holy qualifications, Batman. Bro, they're having so much... I feel like this is not the level of problem you should have employing when you're at 130% and you're not in serfdom anymore. Coal's expensive and services are cheap. Should I go for the coal light PM in the urban center? Somehow it says it'll be profitable, but not enough qualifications. I play him worst PM as labor saving all game. Do I have any colonies established? We do have a colony. But we can establish another. We have like the one that's right next to... We have this one down here, brewing. But we can do this one as well. But just like... Not very happy about how difficult it is to employ anything right now. Like, we have 1 million pops here, 1.6 million, and we have so many peasants. I get that we've also been trying to raise the stuff. Man. I mean, Jesus, dude. The problem is this isn't going to help us, because the qualifications we need are not laborers. The labor-saving PMs just save laborers. They're not going to fundamentally help with the pops that with the difficult qualifications. It's not going to be useful. Yeah. Oh no. Not like this. We're gonna load so we can move those guys out. Peasants don't want to live their farms. I wouldn't want to live my farms either. That's fair, I can respect it. Oh no, they're all trapped now. Bro. God, this bait is so obnoxious sometimes. I guess we're just doing more wars in South Africa then. Eh? Alright. God. Just pure pain, man. I get it that eventually things will be okay, but just like, trust me, it gets better. It's like, no, it doesn't feel like it gets better. But this has made Russia genial with us piggybacking their war. Let's improve relations as well. Popular playwright. I mean, this is nice that we're getting that. It's gonna make it easier. Yeah, okay, so now we can force recognition on France, probably? And just land Corsica? And by land Corsica, I mean we can't do anything. Because we have no army again. Bro. B-R-O-H. Bro. Load further back. I mean, I could. I don't want to... I don't think it's as entertaining to just keep loading over and over. I mean, now I can't, because it's overridden those saves. But I could have. Maybe I should have. Maybe I would have. I think we might just go after Zulu and protectorate them. So let's save and go after Zulu and protectorate them. And then, hopefully, when we start the play, we actually can just leave the Africa army there to protectorate Zulu, or something like this. So make tributary. And now, hopefully, we can get this guy's out. Why can't you escape? Oh, you can just only get here? Dude, bro. You can't escape either. God. Who knew South Africa was like a black hole and not even light can escape? It's certainly not ideal, guys. We might have to delete and rebuild the army. Jeez, that sucks. Kind of a weird bug. Sikh Empire is doing work. Hot damn. We can declare another interest here. We're gonna need that for getting recognition. Recently gotten to Victoria 3 and I've been enjoying it way more than I would have had I not been learning the treasure trove of information. So thank you, good sir. You're very welcome. You are very welcome. Probably gonna be doing a massive tutorial overhaul for 1.5. How to escape from South Africa. Step 1, don't let the rains bless you. Step 2, don't let the rains bless you. Why do we have... I mean, this will help a little bit. It's not going to help enough, though. Gonna need to build railroads here. Looks like we got one auto-expanding. I guess we'll build another one here, but it's gonna take an ungodly amount of construction. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get rid of this. Gonna do... Oh, we did not know we were on that this whole time. Interesting. Violence suppressed here. And then we'll do this. That should be fine. Or fine enough. Move them to the front, and then move them to the HQ. Oh baby, we're in business. Alright, we actually do need 2 of those armies though to win that war. But we'll move one away. Actually, we might need both of the armies. I think we need both. Jesus. Not like this. Yeah, we need both. I mean, we could just decide it's not worth winning the war. Please, Oman, stop. Leave us alone. So we're gonna get like half the territories, and then we're gonna move one of the offensive armies to deal with this rebellion. Why can't you move? Oh, this isn't a front. Okay, fair. You got us. I think we're gonna wait for one more battle to start and then move someone. Oh, we're just kind of like barely winning these though. Get you out of here. Get you the flock out of here. And now you will deal with the Omani revolt. Mr. Land Party. Sure, Garibaldi. Everyone remembers when the Italian Garibaldi offered his services to Korea. You have to make sure they don't reach the South Africa HQ after you've occupied them. Oh, is that the thing? So that means we have to watch carefully. I mean, it's not an amount of troops that we just absolutely positively can't afford to, like... Who is this? Oman? Oman, don't you have bigger fish to fry here? I guess not. I think we just subjugated them? I can't remember. Oh, did they force us out? No, not like this. We're gonna need Mr. Land Party. It is kind of nice that the cavalry is so strong early on. Really gives you a lot more, like, power as, like, a relatively weak country at game start. I know what the problem is here. There we go. Massive advantage now. Just gotta watch it really careful. Alright, so now they're full occupied. You say we have to move them before they get back to the HQ. Okay. Bro, that's so obnoxious. It's nice to know that that's how we do it, but... And now since they're moving... Hey, we're almost on laissez-faire here, boys. Big nice. And we wanted to... Oh, we're actually gonna have to build up a defensive army here, aren't we? I'm gonna have this merge with the Land Party, though. With all the Lancers, at least. And then I think we're gonna need a new army. With some line infantry. This way we can actually defend against France's landing. Oh no, we can't let them leave. Not my gumdrop buttons. Not my gumdrop buttons. North Borneo shouldn't have too much. Actually, Versailles got problems. Let's leave Versailles alone for a bit. Let it just, the turmoil come down. Time for Alaskan cheese and recognition. I mean, I was planning on doing it with France, but I guess the people did want the Alaskan cheese. The problem is now we're cordial because we wanted to get inside. Oh, we can force recognize even when cordial. Nice. Force recognition Alaska, and Yeah, I guess it is. Well, it's almost time. I do think we actually want to get some barracks up and going. I don't think we played the defense too well with these lancers here. These guys are just sitting in Manchuria. Nice. Nice. Maybe afford one more construction sector here. We'll see where our upkeep is low. We'll build one. Alaskan cheese time. Sure, maybe we can convince Qing to join our market. Our infamy pretty high. Okay, so we can afford to let it decay a little bit. What are we researching? Empiricism? Big nice. Wow, we get the super luck sack, just mechanized workshops on the nat spread. I think Romanticism also allows greener grass campaigns, which is maybe something we're interested in. But mainly just want to kind of push through those texts. Actually, maybe we want to go industrial a little bit more after empiricism. We could go Bessemer process, baking powder, these types of things. Maybe we look to buff the maybe we do something like this. I think I like this a little bit better. The agriculture will be nice because we actually have a decent amount of rice farms, which is nice. Nice rice. This gold mines is taking forever, yo. We're just gonna do this. The barracks, this shouldn't take that long. And we do want to get them recruiting, so. Wow, we can force recognition even with good relations. I wonder if they're more likely to back down with good relations. I don't think this is a factor, but if it is, interesting. Our SOL, I think this is when we've got homesteading. Right. I think dialectics does have, gives us this event, and we get laissez-faire. Nice. So we now have two companies, the iron and the wood. Let's go, baby. Why are we making so much money? What? Did I miss something? Might have lost the plot somewhere. Just add some construction sectors and be on our way. Maybe do a little Alaskan cheese to round out the session. We do want... Name this the KDF. Or the KDA, the Korean Defense Army. Yeah, baby. What's up? Hey, Arcad, how's it going? Netherlands bankroll us? Yeah. I thought we were like losing money even with the Netherlands. Oh, you know what it was? It's the investment pool. This is what happened. This is why we're suddenly making more money. It wasn't the Netherlands bankroll. It was that laissez-faire is an OP law. I forgot. How could I forget? Laissez-faire is insane. We can go wealth voting here, actually, too. Let's think about what we want to do. Actually, almost certainly want to go schools. Can we get level 5 religious schools, or are we capped at level... I forget which one of these have the cap. Do religious schools cap at 5? $12 assimilation. I thought it was 10. I thought it was a different number. Interesting. Maybe a little bit of rebalance. I have to double check. I feel like... I mean, I don't see anywhere. Is it just health system? Charity hospitals only has capital level 3? Yeah, charity hospitals doesn't give it. I think we actually want to lean into the religious folks, so we're going to go religious schools here. And I think we're going to do this. And crank up. A little over 100 construction now. Nice. Education's also going to help a lot with qualifications, which is kind of our exact problem right now. We're actually just like suffering out the, yeah. We're suffering some kind of way regarding our qualifications, man. Korea is just a wannabe Japan, please. Please, not like this. After war reps, you can go 100 plus construction, yeah. Well, I mean, definitely, yeah, but... Oop. I forgot. We needed an interest in there. All mine. Thank you. Don't need the migration attraction at this point. Sure, why not? You know what? If Qing joins them, we're actually going to be so screwed. I just realized. Can't possibly defend. And then in which case we'll have to do France instead. France would have been much safer. I'm so curious if they fix Diplo plays. We might switch to doing like Iron Man, and then we're going to have to play a little bit different. These guys have reasonably good defense. We actually, I'm so tempted to just like leave them at home. Let's actually just split off a different one with just one guy entirely. And then let's mobilize everyone. We'll use this guy to do the little Alaska landing. 4 months. A little long, no? And hopefully we can defend with this. So is war fun now? Well, it's buggy in this like beta. I think it's gonna be a lot better. They've made it so that, you know, if you have an overwhelming advantage, there are multiple battles alongside multiple fronts if you have really wide fronts. And so this is cool. They also kind of fixed like some things, but then also some new problems. But what they fixed is now it's much better in terms of front spaghetti. It's pretty consistent with the fronts, which was kind of the biggest complaint, that you could like just get bricked by weird front issues, and so now that's not the case. And so I think that this is I think that it's dramatically improved in 1.5 would be like my overall assessment with like some asterisks. Why are we making so much money? What's going on? Minting? The Diplo Pact was kind of always there. Oh, we started to get more transfer. Okay, what's draining 28k? That's not going to sustain though. Alright, so we won't add more construction sectors. We'll just stick with kind of the amount we have right now. I think this will be fine. I think this will be a fine thing. Oh my god. We're dumb. Dumb. I apologize. I didn't mean that to apply to you. I meant I am dumb. Because we got condensing engine. Forgot to make the swaps. Not that it matters, because these places aren't employing up anyways, but, you know, if they could, they would be very... If they could read, they would be very upset with you right now. I think we'll just take that. Oh, was it while they were being enacted? If it was while we should maybe have not taken that one. I think we're gonna... Alright, we have one uni everywhere. That should be fine. It hurts my bones, though, to see the one uni everywhere. Not like this. This isn't the way it was meant to be. Do land out Alaska, so we should be able to enforce them under. And we will be getting Conquer Alaska, recognize Korea, war reparations, and the like. Omani Liberal Revolt, please say it ain't so. They keep having that. Do they just not believe in building a port there? Is that the problem here? Nope, they got a port there. Seems like a place that should start with a port. You can still get recognized by landing Alaska, right? Yes. But is it fun, though? War has never been a reason for me playing this game. If there was a game that was literally just the war system in Victoria 3, I would not play that game. Like, if it was the war system in Victoria 3 and only the war system in Victoria 3, I would not play such a game. To answer, I don't know if that answers your question. That wasn't exactly your question. But I think that that's, like, how I would capture it. Wow, they just really expanded out all the logging camps. What's the price on our wood, anyway? How's our wood not just absolute dirt cheap? Oh, we're trading it. I see. Or people are trading with us. I mean, that is one thing that can actually employ up, so... I mean, I guess let's get that bread. Let's get that wood. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just need a little wood in it. I swear I see so much information on Victoria 3 on the official Discord. Someone said you need capital for recognition in the beta. Interesting. Why do people just lie on the internet? People can be wrong. Like, so I saw you discussing with someone, like, I forget where actually, but it might have been on my Discord, regarding taxes, and they were asserting that taxes, what is it, what's the tax, the type of tax, consumption taxes don't apply in unincorporated territories, or they apply in unincorporated territories. And I believe this was my impression for quite a while, because some of the official, like, Victoria 3, like, spoiler stuff before the game came out said that it was not going to, the consumption taxes specifically would apply in unincorporated states, but then it didn't make it into the release of the game, and so, yeah. It's like, I don't necessarily blame someone for being uninformed in that way. Even if they're mistaken. Have them lead our armies. Yes, yes, yes. He shall lead the Korean Defense Army. I guess Russia's not gonna land us. Big nice for us. Unfortunately, now they're antagonistic, so there's that. Yeah, the original dev diary said so. Yeah, so, like, I don't know. I think I have a video where I say that they apply in that way. I'm not going to take down the video because of it, but I also don't know which video it is. Maybe I would be so inclined if I actually knew. Oh my god. Can we get things to employ up? No, we don't believe... Well, actually, why do we not have a positive balance, though, here? What's going on? How do we not have demand for tools? Wait, what? I'm so confused. Why is the price of tools... Shouldn't it be way more? Okay, where are we getting our tools though? Is this a bug? Okay, so we're producing extra tools here. Okay, I understand. Just have so much problems here, man. Just pure qualifications pain. You tested on the original patch and it wasn't there. Yeah, I mean, I believed you when you said it wasn't there. But I'm also saying that him believing that is not insane. Like, I think it's inappropriate to call him a liar. Although I know you're like, it's a little tongue-in-cheek. But, yeah. I'm gonna start commenting on your old Generalist videos, asking if strats still work. Oh my god, please. Or just comment that you did the strat and it doesn't work. I tried exiling an agitator. Just on like 1.0. I tried exiling an agitator like you recommended this video. It's like a 1-year-old video. It doesn't even have agitators in the game. And the agitators don't work. Please send help. I need an adult. Alright, we're making money. I guess maybe they're all working in the construction sectors, huh? Maybe this is what's going on here. Oh, that was maybe too much. We're gonna get some religious schools up in this bizzle. Gotta go, Generalist. The bed is calling. Tell the bed I say hi, Frost. Shewa just wants our state, don't they? Oh no, they want a trade agreement? Interesting. Or would give a trade agreement. Elections in. We're not the most legitimate here. We can drop it one notch and be in 75. Just gonna be a little bit better for generating loyalists. Importantly, I think this modifier is actually insanely strong. The minus radicals one. Like, we are not generating very much radicals at all. Because we aren't generating anything from SOL. We are from, like, other causes, but not from SOL. We're not. So. Alright. Now we are going to need to increase our institutions, generally speaking. Won't we? I swear I can remember this game's interface. Okay. Do some of that. Complex games with a lot of inconsistent methodology for testing across the board equals lots of room for misinformation. Yes, this is like one of the things I comment on quite a bit. We might have overdone it a little. But, like, it's really easy to think something works, and then, like, so your GDP is going to go up no matter what. And it's going to go up at a decent clip no matter what you do. Even if you don't even build any more construction, your GDP is still going to go up. So it's easy to think that what you're doing is working, because you're always receiving positive feedback. So in this way, like, the information you're receiving is not, like, it's not very good. So it's easy to just, like, do something, you see the line go up, you're positively reinforced, and then you're like, oh, this thing works, and then it's like, no, it doesn't work. It's like everyone who's like, command economy is great. Command economy is terrible, but a lot of people think it's great. Maybe go wealth voting? Maybe go technocracy. Kinda don't like it. Kind of want to get a health system in. I don't think we have the requisite tech we would need for the one we want yet. I mean, we do want free trade, but we have a protectionist in our, this guy. Which is how you get, them actually not supporting laissez-faire, but this is how you get them not supporting free trade, is if they're a protectionist. I guess we'll just go wealth voting. Should be like an easy little bit of a pass. Go fertilizers, which is nice. I think we do want to maybe not, well, I really don't want us to be getting livestock ranches, so I think we're going to use them for now so we can turn on our PMs, but I think we're going to be really aggressive here about building fertilizer plants. So where would the earnings be best? Okay, there we go. And we're going to look where we have sulfur. Okay, so we have sulfur here. Fertilizer, auto expand. There we go. Does the strat of stealing people of the video of America work in other places or with other countries? Of stealing people of the America video? It doesn't work as well with other countries, because if we take a look here and you look at one of their things, you will see this unused arable land modifier. And so this is a really strong modifier, and it's further modified by percentages. So you can see they get a plus 25% for great power. So you can get a bunch of stuff, like you can get Intelligentsia plus 50%, this sort of thing. But if we take a look at kind of over here, for example, we won't have like the same modifier. So you can pull people, you can pull pops, but we have high migration, but it's entirely from available employment and standard of living, right? And so, and is considerably lower than the US of A. So if we were to join the USA's market, they would start siphoning off pops from us, even though we don't have enough pops in Guanbuck right now to work. We have a ton of available employment because the unused arable land modifier is so strong. And so it's much more effective with New World countries. Trusted Chilean writer says, hi, by the way, really love the Monarchy USA videos. Thank you. Hot take, people fetishize the command economy because they're communists. I've gotten the most, like, vitriolic, like, negative feedback on my, comments on the game in relation to command economy, where I'm just saying it's bad, and I'm saying that I've argued that this malice that you get, the investment pool malice that applies to command economy and makes it less efficient as it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, I've argued that this is a reasonable simulation, and people, like, blow their lids when they read it, and it's like the wildest thing to me, like, because people get emotionally involved, and I'm just like, bro, like, not to get like overly political here, but like I identify both as like a Marxist and a capitalist. Like I think Marxist critiques of like capitalism are like legitimate, but I also think capitalism is the best way to organize an economy. But with that out of the way, I'm like hyper sympathetic to like negative like things about capitalism, and it's like these people just like completely talk past you, and you're just like, you're like I don't know. They're like, it's the in my opinion, they're like detached from like actually talking about the game as a game, and like want to make it like something else, but then like it also like seems like, I don't know. I think people who criticize communism should have to read the Communist Manifesto, and people who criticize capitalism should have to read like an Econ 100 textbook or like Wealth of Nations or something. But yeah, mildly, I think that's a reasonable take. Command economy seems great if you either hate AutoQ at a cellular level or own a Marx DAC. I don't know what that is. The command economy is really, like, in-game, command economy is really good if your economy is small. It's actually just obscenely good if your economy is small. So most people who I, like, who are saying command economy is great, I think they just don't have high GDPs, and then command economy is really great. It gives you a ton of money. But then, like, we'll take that. But yeah. Can't wait for November 14 to make some Chad Pedro second. Yeah. We have so many runs planned, like, I don't even know if we can do South America stuff for some time. All that's called cope, me or them. The truth hurts. Thank you, Ergend. Oh man, I don't know how to pronounce your name. This is the second time you've, or the second or third time you've donated, and I don't know how to pronounce your names. Ergend Germand. I think you're German, right? All my homies command economy. Does sound German. Vic 3 is a secret communist psyop, of course. I mean, communism is really good in Vic 3. It's just the... Well, it's not... It's actually not... Like, the council... The... What is it? Workers' co-op's actually technically not... communism, right? Because you actually... Under cooperative ownership, you still, like, operate under capitalist, like, means. It's just, like... you just prevent, like, accumulation of capital. It's actually, like, kind of halfway in between. Well, halfway in between is not the right way of putting it. You're not, like... owning capital, but at the same time, like, you're still, it's not like a command economy where there are price controls. You still have market forces. So, like, workers' co-op actually does seem like, I don't know how you would ever implement it, but it doesn't seem like it would be insanely bad. Command economy is meta if you're very small and start and you have the tech for it. Yeah. Dake, or whatever the Japanese word, body pillow, usually featuring a scantily clad anima waifu. Yeah. Or if you own a Mark's waifu, basically. Gotcha. Yeah, we'll do a trade agreement with them. In reality, this is only a few countries, though. I mean, I kind of think you can get anyone's GDP big enough. If you're talking in-game, if you're talking out-of-game, I actually think communism is the best way to organize an economy if you have under 200 people. Like, and is perhaps the most, like, the way it kind of intuitively, like, makes sense to people, you know, might be a relic of, like, our evolution is, like, we as human beings are not evolved to have societies larger than 200 people, like, in terms of our hardware, like, our brains, and, yep. That means someone in German. Syndicus Council Republic. Any idea what why they went with South America as the second DLC? I actually have a huge amount of my viewership is Brazilian. Not that they're catering to my viewership specifically, I'm just saying there might be a lot of South American people playing Victoria 3, and also spheres of influence, like, so they might have, like, wanted to save certain regions for spheres of influence because they want to introduce mechanics that make a lot more sense. So I think that there might be an Asia update with spheres of influence, and so they didn't want to, like, because traditionally the Asia stuff does really well, but they might have wanted to keep that in the back pocket for spheres of influence, you know? So whatever content we see with spheres of influence might have made more sense as a heavily prioritized, like, content, but they're just doing it in this order because, you know, it makes more sense. Korea trade agreement with the USA, so historic, most historical. Hey, we have Captain Marx in the house. We were just talking about you. And by talking about you, I mean, we were talking about capitalism versus Marxism. Of course, command economy is good for small scale stuff. I run the economy in my house. Yep. But, like, I guess I'm not even talking about command economy at that point when I'm talking sub 200 people. I'm talking about, like, from each according to their ability to each according to their means. And not like a true, like, Soviet command economy, and more like a Marxist, like, utopian ideal. South America's got a bunch of countries that feel generic, so it feels good. Yeah, I agree. Hard agree. Man, Russia just doesn't want to give up the bag here, and we don't believe in using our construction, I guess. Alright. And we're... Okay, so I think in the capital here we might not build a lot of rice and instead lean into silk and cotton. God, I just, like, want to build something useful. But our boys can't employ up, man. We're just having significant problems, like... I guess it's actually starting to solve, and, you know, not surprising because we doubled our literacy, so... I And we do enforce, we get... Everyone remembers. Yeah, let's do a poll. Who remembers? Yes, who remembers the great historical event when Korea took Alaska from Russia? When is utopia good? I mean, utopia, yeah, the word utopia is often used in a way I'm not sure it should be used. It's always used with, like, a negative connotation, right? Because it's like, the idea is utopia is not possible, and it's like, utopia or dystopia, and then, yeah. So, how many peasants do we have? So, I think we want to actually encourage migration there now. And I think we can stop bolstering the rural folk. I think we can survive without the rural folk being bolstered. We should have stopped bolstering them forever ago. TBH. And then we'll come in and we'll do... Oh, we can't do greener grass yet. That's why. And we even thought about researching romanticism just to be able to do it. Yeah, the truth hurts. Okay, I guess we won't. Damn. I mean... Feels bad, but it's probably fine. I guess we can start trying to diplomatically expand the customs union. I don't think we're joining someone's customs union unless we get invited, so... Let's maybe do some Indochina business. We'll just put an interest up. Oh, we'll put one in Oceania, that way we can colonize the little islands and then get a new interest for free. Let's slow down the speed. And maybe think where we want to expand now. We're reputable. I guess we can reduce autonomy in everyone. So Harar, Sintang, Kathuri, and Zulu. Reduce autonomy. Harar. Reduce autonomy, probably. Ooh, you don't accept. Like, we might let you stew on that then. We can protectorate these guys, except we don't have access to them. Maybe we do want to go after Harar. If we just improve relations with them, we can. Well, it's kind of already positive. How much infamy do we have? Here, Peru Bolivia is already formed. We kind of don't want to take one of these guys because we're kind of a little bit concerned about losing a bunch of pops to New World country. So we actually, I think, actively don't want to take a New World country. We would want to take Sind, but, you know, the UK really hates it when you do that. Go after Bahrain. Just go after them the slow way. I don't hate this. I think we're gonna go after Belongin instead. I do want to catch up on chat though. So is the free money laissez-faire creates from nothing other than it makes stronger and really big Vic3 economies? No, the way it creates free money is a modifier that creates free money. Allow me to explain. Yeah, let's get the land party in there and start talking about it. We shouldn't just talk about it, we should be about it, you know what I mean? Whenever you have a dividend, in Victoria 3, depending on the owner type, so we have a dividend, a weekly balance of 12k, depending on the owner type, they are going to contribute some amount of money to the investment pool. Here we have Capitalist as the owner type, they are going to contribute 20% to the investment pool. 20% always leaves their pockets, 100% of the time. However, any modifier you have towards this will instead, so laissez-faire, gives 25% capitalist investment pool contribution efficiency. This doesn't increase the amount of money that's taken out of their pockets. Instead, it just gives you more money into the investment pool. So the investment pool here is increasing by an amount that is, so that's this number plus this number, is increasing by around 40k. This amount exceeds the amount that is being taken from the pops. And so free money is being spun into the economy as a result of this modifier, which is why it's really good. I'm convinced that the Victoria 3 devs will make South America fun. It's not possible. Will not. You're not convinced? Well, I mean, I guess you'll get to find out in a few weeks. Utopia is a good Stellaris DLC. I see. Well, I mean, they have to save Pablo Escobar DLC for Hoey 4. Fair. It's interesting to see command economies best on nations with small, underdeveloped economies in game, which parallels communist revolutions only succeeding in countries with very little industry. Yeah, so like, you could also make an argument that there's, like, so China IRL doesn't have a communist. It's not a communism anymore. Instead, it's like this heavily state-involved capitalism, where the state actually owns a ton of companies, and these companies compete against private firms, and the state props up the companies, which is inefficient and leads them to collapse sometimes, but it gives the state an enormous amount of flexibility and more control over what's going on. Ooh, we don't want that. And so, like, it's a trade-off, which is, like, you could make a bit of an argument for. Is it another employment bug or a qualifications discrimination problem? It's definitely a qualifications problem. It's not, in terms of balance, like, we're not used to having this depressed SOL, the overall depressed SOLs, and so part of the reason is our depressed SOL as well. In fact, maybe we even want to, like, try and import grain and keep grain cheap. God, Jesus, it's so bad, dude. We're just like pure struggle bus here. I mean, this is employing up, so I guess we're gonna add. And this is not employing up, but we're still gonna add. But we're gonna add a couple here, because that's causing problems. I mean, we don't want to turn off all the PMs, but we might have to do something a little bit like drastic like that. We have a shortage while simultaneously having a place that has employment but can't employ up. It's just like not the most fun to fix. Swapping from a development model to a modern consumer economy is terrible, though. Yeah, I think it was Deng Xiaoping who began the switch from China, if I recall correctly, and like it ended up taking China to transition from a communism to like a capitalism. It's effectively a capitalism now. It took like 30 years, and it's still not like fully transitioned. Invent new utopias. The truth hurts. Okay, let's go after Belangid as well. Or do they just... okay. When we get to space and don't have to worry about resources, that will be a utopia. Yeah, I think there will always be scarcity. The problem is, and this is, you want an unpopular opinion. This is an unpopular opinion. World hunger is an unsolvable problem, not because we don't have the technologies to solve world hunger, but because as soon as you solve world hunger, the world population will increase. Anytime you have an ecosystem, if you increase the resources in that ecosystem, the populations of the organisms living in that ecosystem expand to fit the resources up to the point where you're going to experience starvation until we... oop, what happened? Oh, I clicked on the wrong thing. Okay. What happens when we run into Tyranids? We run. Vroom. It's the investment contribution bonus that makes money. Yep. It is the way it works. And you also get another one of those bonuses in another spot. You get it from the Industrialists being happy. So this is why in the mid-game, the Industrialists being powerful is really, really strong. Being powerful and happy. But where does the free money come from? And where does the free money go? Cotton Joe. You made a video on the laissez-faire. Yeah, I made a very long math video on laissez-faire. Kind sir, is homesteading or commercialized agriculture better, or why? It depends on your GDP. It is dependent on your GDP. The main reason why is you're going to have two different... It depends on your GDP and your political situation. So, as far as your political situation goes, you know, it's... Do you want to have really powerful rural folk or powerful industrialists? Generally speaking, I think commercialized agriculture is better, but homesteading is tolerable. They're going to change it a little bit more, but homesteading now you can get a powerful petite bourgeoisie because farmers are now more attracted to being petite bourgeoisie. So, political situation, do you want industrialists or do you want rural folk / farmers, depending on how things shake out? But the secondary consideration is if your GDP is really high, you actually would prefer not to have the ownership be contributing 20% to the investment pool, and you'd prefer 5%, which is what you get with homesteading. So as your GDP gets higher, homesteading gets better, and as your GDP is lower, commercialized agriculture is better for the same reasons as we discussed with laissez-faire. What happens when you switch to privately owned, 100 capitalist, to publicly owned? Does the same dividends just get split between more owners? The same dividends get split between more owners, but it's still worth doing, and there's like a few reasons, and some of them are like weird. One is with, generally they're weird. It will improve the consumption profile overall because, generally speaking, you actually prefer the consumption profile of capitalists with lower wealth amounts, and this will lower the average wealth, so it improves the consumption profile. Also, it will decrease the equilibrium level of employment if you're at break-even weekly balance, which means your other industries will be able to hire pops more profitably, but with a lagging effect, which is like, those are words, and unpacking it actually takes a while, and so I don't want to like commit to unpacking it. But the biggest one is you can make your the biggest effect is like the most obvious one, which is like you get to swap these to being, or you get to swap stuff like vineyards from being aristocrat owned to being capitalist owned, and capitalists contribute more to the investment pool. And so, without getting too into that PM, I made a video on that PM, and then in the corrections I note some other additional effects for that. It's like a secret effect behind whatever PM or something like this. Might be able to find it. I think someone can link it to you in chat. I don't have any. I think links between YouTube go through. Oh my god, the chat, so I gotta catch up. I found the worst training methods on barracks sometimes get you faster recruitment because of qualifications. Absolutely, especially if you have a discrimination. If you put qualification edict in every incorporated state, you get literacy really quick. Yes, if I recall correctly. But I might not be recalling correctly. I think so. Would lowering taxes boost SOL be appropriate here? No, they would not. And Pele agrees. Wait, Pyongyang wasn't the capital of unified Korea? This is our current capital. Is this the city you're talking about? Hey Magwa, how's it doing? And a new dev diary, yes. Laissez-faire is even better now, new company. Yeah, it definitely is. On live, it's not as good. Let's see, how much are we making? We're making around 13K currently with our current level of construction. Yeah, so it looks like we are actually just mega popping off right now, and the reason why is the education institution is actually just cranking up our literacy from, like here to like way up here. And this is, in turn, allowing these places to finally start employing up. Not super, super well, but we're getting there. And once we're, like, at full employment, things will be really nice. I don't agree, RE population. Yeah, I think it's an unpopular opinion. Population always expands to starvation. It always expands to some limiting factor, but it doesn't have to be food. Available housing and culture also limit populations. Well, yeah, to some extent, but I mean, I do not want to make my statement was regarding specifically food supply. So the argument is if there's not enough housing, then instead people will not reproduce, and I mean I think there's some cultural influence, but I think that yeah, I don't think it's like I think what's happened with a lot of the food aid, if you look at where a lot of the food aid's gone and been going, the population has just been exploding in those regions. But if you like increase literacy, and you increase IRL, like standard of living, then you don't see as high like birth rates. And so like the thing to do is not to feed people, but it's to educate the people who are getting food, in my opinion, if you're trying to reduce world suffering. So places don't know how to think about homesteading with regards to the wealth of farmers and the petite bourgeoisie. I don't know either. I don't have, my sample size is too small. But I think that you probably do this more for your political considerations between these two is probably, or these three is probably pretty substantive, and also like, is it worth the law pass? But yeah, I mean, I'm definitely open to the possibility that I'm wrong on the population expanding, but like if you just view any non-human organism, like that's kind of how they operate as far as ecosystems, from what I can tell, but I could be mistaken. I mean, we could try and think of counterexamples. Like if you put too many like rats in a cage or too many chickens in a cage, will they stop reproducing naturally? Even if they have unlimited access to food? I'm not sure. Modern human populations in developed countries don't appear to follow typical patterns. Population decline is very common in many rich nations. Yeah, so like, I think if you made everyone wealthy, that this would, but then wealth, like, I'm not sure it's possible to make everyone wealthy. Like, if you look at really rich countries, they don't behave that way, but it might be possible that you need to have, in terms of a globalized economy, you might need to have, like, poorer countries in order for that effect to appear in the richer countries as a result of, like, extraction of value and, like, this type of stuff. And so, like, everything's interconnected. But, like, the people who are non-productive and, like, reproducing a ton, I don't think that giving them food reduces net suffering. Why doesn't developed Western population go crazy? I mean, I think if you increase access to, like, both literacy and birth control, this is, like, the thing that, like, brings countries out of poverty more so than feeding them. So perhaps I should have, like, couched my initial, like, statement, like, a little bit better. Like, I also think it's still an unsolvable problem, though. But, yeah. Affluent country fertility rates are super low. Yep, I know. So upping affluence is the best way to depopulate. But you can. The question is can you have everyone on the globe affluent simultaneously? Feeding people is very functional, solved. Getting them stop blinking takes resources, basically. Does sub-farms have discrimination when hiring? I mean, they'll prefer to hire slaves. If you put the quality edict everywhere, it'll be straight line and literacy. I mean, we're trying really hard to get it up here, and we are using it here. I suppose we could use it, more of it, though. But if we take a look, you can see that this place in particular is looking a little bit better. Due to speaking facts, look at Japan. Which, in terms of Japan, like, having, like, negative population growth, yeah, but, like, I think you have to look at it from a more globalized perspective. Also, I guess I'd have to go back and, like, put my statement in another way. Feeding the people who are starving to death, I don't think solves world hunger. Is perhaps a better way to put it, because I agree with the effects you guys are talking about, and that it, in theory, is possible if everyone is, like, has a high standard of living and is literate, and you know, it's mainly literacy and access to literacy and birth control, like these two things. and if everyone's on that level. But I don't think feeding people is what gets people there, right? I think you take the people who are already fed and you give them like nutrition and education and access to birth control is a better intervention for reducing that suffering. And I think when you just give the people who are starving to death food, I think you increase net suffering because you increase population. Yeah. But I mean, like, I also recognize that this opinion's unpopular. Probably actually one I just shouldn't share on this channel. I should just only share it on my ideas channel. We maybe need to go for someone else. Let's see, what's our infamy? We need a decent chunk of infamy. Oh my god. The feeling when trying to do two things at once. Alright, maybe these guys back down and we get to keep making moves. I think we'll try this. Alright. Much of Japan's demographic issues stem from the surge in urban real estate values between the 70s and 80s, so urbanization had a double whammy on birth rates due to affordability. I think there will never be a good equilibrium. Too much food and no knowledge, you will have a humpfest. Too much knowledge and focus on work, and you have a dying place like Japan. I mean, it's gonna be cyclical with Japan though. Like, I don't think that they just the population just dwindles forever. Maybe. I mean, I'd have to look at the charts. Indeed, the problem is we dumbly went from a developed prefrontal cortex as for not enough space. There are rat experiments with specific spatial scarcity. Check out the behavioral yeah, so maybe this is... I mean, people are willing to tolerate really dense living conditions and still reproduce, so, but... Yeah. There's an experiment called Universe 25. There was an experiment with rats in Rat Heaven where the rats just stopped producing. John Calhoun made the experiment. Interesting. I'm gonna write that down, the name. Alright, now we gotta swap over some PMs and stuff. But like, I still think that as an intervention, just feeding all the people who are starving to death is ineffective, right? Because I definitely accept the points regarding like the West like having lower with qualifications. I accept those points, but those are not indications that we should just like in terms of spending resources just try and feed all the people who are starving to death. But do you think it's possible for all countries to become developed? I'm uncertain. I don't know the answer to this question. I don't have a strong... my suspicion is no. I believe that a lot of the cheap labor... Well, it depends what you mean by developed, I guess. But I think it's important to recognize that, like, I live in a relatively affluent area. If you were to try and separate all the economic relationships that go into, like... this place being as nice as it is, so much of it is relied on people who don't get paid a lot for like their labor, and so I don't think it's possible for everyone, unless you would have to, the entire world's economy would have to get disgustingly more efficient for everyone to be able to like live like how a lot of people I live. Liberated women is why the birth rate is low. Yeah, this is the birth control, point that I like to make. I think it's better to give people, like, condoms than it is rice. Although the rice is nice. Did our guy die yet? No, he didn't. Shoot. I don't really want to do private health insurance. We could do poor laws. I don't think it's really going to be that good. We could try and reform the government a little bit. I think we just chill on what we got. I think we I mean, we want to get off the monarchy, don't we? I mean, we could go parliamentary republic, force a rev. Actually, it doesn't even force a rev, does it? Unless the rural folk are big enough. Oh, they might be big enough. Looks like we just have to industrialize and chill for a little bit, to be honest. I mean, protectionism is a step up. But it's a little bit harder to go to free trade. If you make a swap, I think we just chill. I agree with that statement. I think feeding the people who are starving to death helps those people, though. Yeah, but so I guess it's I guess it depends what the goal is, right? If your goal is to reduce net suffering in the world, like reduce the number of people who are starving, I think that feeding starving people doesn't necessarily do that, right? If you feed 10 starving people and they reproduce, and instead there are 15 starving people, now you have 15 people who are starving, and so the net number of people who are suffering is higher. So I do think it sounds like the position sounds really disgustingly callous, but I think that, yeah, that's like, yeah. Who keeps clicking on the hearts in chat? The true enemy. You thought hunger was the enemy, it's the heart person is the enemy. Asking who keeps clicking on the hearts in chat is probably the best way to get people to click even more. That's pretty non-politically correct, and I like it. Yeah, I mean, like, I also, like, if I can't qualify it, like, I'm sure there's a clip that someone can make that sounds disgustingly insensitive, like, and I think if it makes sense if I explain it, but, yeah. You're not wrong, but that's pretty harsh utilitarian attitude towards people. Yeah, well, I mean, yep, I mean, I prefaced it by saying I knew it was not going to be a popular opinion. I mean, I think that, yep. I think that philanthropy, you should generally adopt a utilitarian approach. I'm a big fan of Peter Singer. Like, Peter Singer, like, I think his argument, his essay on, like, why you're, like, morally obligated to help people out is just absolutely tremendous. We're gonna try and get this up to 21, I think. Oh my god, we didn't even turn on some nitro stuff. I don't even think it's constructed yet, though, but yeah, it's not constructed yet. We do want it to be on ammonia sodium as well. Urbanization reduces birth rates because having children costs a lot in the city, whereas children can actually contribute while living on a farm. Interesting. That makes sense. But then you can't have everyone be urbanized as well, right? In terms of the entire globe. Simultaneously, I don't think that works because people, unless there are no longer rural industries and like it's automated by robots or something like this, it's like jalapeno in terms of spice. I wouldn't worry about it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying like something. I don't think my position's insane or even like. I just think it's like mildly controversial, like jalapeno in terms of spice, I guess. Farming is hard as AF, and extra hands make it that much easier. You make Congo enact colonial resettlement when they colonize Congo, and that they can colonize Congo without penalties. Oh my god. That's spicy. I like that. Me and my farmer wife, for real, for real. Yeah, dude. I can vibe with that. Oh my god. I want to move to Japan and help them fix the demographic crisis. Too bad they are pretty isolationist in general. Japan has some social issues I would not want to be, like, live with. Although I think Japanese culture is kind of cool. Mildly weeby, but, like, very mildly. It's a downstream capitalism effect of need for cheap labor. People are useful alive. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that if you ever read I Pencil, there's this essay that talks about the interconnectedness of and complexity of capital relations, and the argument is like about 1 million people or something go into the production of like a simple graphite pencil, and so like because okay, you have the chopping down of the trees, right? And so then you need the people who make the axes to chop down the trees, and then you need the people who engaged in all the distribution effort for those axes, and then you need like the trees going on the railroads to go somewhere else, and then like the people who chop down the rubber trees to make the eraser, and then like the people who made the metal for like you know, and you just like, it's like an infinitesimal amount of economic relations. And so like stuff that looks really straightforward is like not necessarily straightforward, and it might be the case that like there's just always like going to be this worldly lower class under like certain like economic models. But yeah, go to a starving country and give free food for 2 to 3 years, and local companies get bankrupt, and then you leave and you make the situation way worse. That's possible. So I would be willing to, on my point about not feeding people, I would be willing to concede that some people should continue getting fed. This is possible. Because like they were ruined, and then like any sort of aid should be weaned down rather than categorically like turn on or off like a faucet. Hartley Nassa says, I think most people agreed it's just a bit complicated and nuanced point to make, and nuance is not something modern political discourse is good at. I think most is maybe a little bit strong, but maybe. I think that a lot of people can't get past the insensitivity of like the position. Like I think if you're trying to donate money to charity to improve the human condition, you should actually just try and make it as efficient as possible, and not like tell a good story. Like people who donate like money for desks in places where people like don't even have proper nutrition, I think is super asinine. Like they don't need a desk, they need a multivitamin. And like, yeah, I'm not saying like, yeah, forget about all the people who are starving to death. I think it's like tragic. I just think that like, you don't necessarily reduce the tragedy by feeding them. It's not just that giving people food would, Trusted Chilean says, I think what you're trying to say, or at least what you understand, it's not, it's that just giving people the food would not solve the problem. Yes, it's exactly this. Just giving, if you take all the people who are starving to death and you just give them food, this doesn't solve this, the starvation problem. If you created a means by which they did not reproduce at the rate that they did, this would like potentially be able to solve it. But I'm also not sure that's possible when you think of globalized economies. I'm not sure if it's I'm not sure if the way economies work is just such that there are always going to be areas where people are starving to death. If we look at Africa, where despite all the money that has been sent, no harm, there's been no, they're underdeveloped, and kind of hold this statement. I'm not sure exactly what that reads, but yeah, like Africa's also got other problems too, because they have like a legacy of colonialization, destabilization, and the corruption levels are like really high in a lot of African countries. Like I think the absolute worst scoring nation on corruption is Nigeria, but this is like largely a result of like destabilization and like this type of stuff. So it's possible that a lot of the aid is less effective than it otherwise would be, as a result of like confounding variables. But also I think that like giving food doesn't solve the problem. Oh my god, I'm not catching up with this chat at all. I opened a can of worms with this. Suddenly it's become a talking about starvation chat stream. Let's see where we're doing. Okay, we need to declare a reasonably large war. I just don't know what reasonably large war is actually super productive for us. God, the truth hurts. I mean, we could go for Guyana and war reps again on France or something. Our kingdom to get invited to a customs union. I guess. I guess maybe we can go after Benin. And that'll give us a native interest in Niger. Speaking of Niger. I think all this means that food production capabilities are the most valuable thing in economic regard, really. Well, I think if you keep doubling the food output, you'll just keep doubling the population unless there's something else to fix the population growth. like I think as you increase food production, you increase the population generally, unless as you have one of these effects other people are talking about that decrease it. There's a lot of good academic articles on similar assistance or external economy input and its effect on piracy due to how those inflows distort local economies. Yeah. Also, clean water. Yeah, I think that cleaning water is a more fruitful endeavor, and giving people multivitamins is a more fruitful endeavor than giving them calories. In general, I'd like as a thing. William Garland says, as by that logic, if I kill every starving person, no one is starving anymore. Success? Not by my measure. Well, there's a decent, like, size people of the, well, I guess it's not, like, that decently sized, but some people are of the opinion, like, in philosophical circles that, like, the human experience is net suffering, and that no people reproducing would be preferable to what we're experiencing now, which is a very provocative position. It's not the one I hold, because I think that different people's experiences are different. Maybe we can't even take on Benin. Can we not take on Benin? We probably couldn't. Damn. Okay. We're gonna merge these guys with the land party. Oop, not that party. The land party. And then we're also going to add a little bit to the land party. Yeah, there go the hearts again. Yeah, the truth hurts. My neighbor knows, your neighbor knows Peter Singer? That's legit as hell. Yeah, I mean, like, I think Peter Singer's, like, the lowdown is like this. Anytime you spend money on anything, well, this is the very, very short one, but anytime you spend money on anything frivolous, like a pair of Yeezys, you could have instead used that money to, like, save a life, and he thinks you're morally responsible. And he does it using a thought experiment of, like, you see a child drowning, and you have really nice shoes on, and if you save the child from drowning, you'll ruin your shoes. Do you save them? And, of course, the thought experiment is, like, it's framed in such a way that it's absurd to say no. And then he says the exact same things happening with, like, starving children in Africa. You could save them, but I mean, I think his essay is really powerful. Like, but I think that the dollars should not be. You should not. They should be spent in a different way that's more effective. Is like how I look at it. Not that his logic is necessarily wrong. Just that his logic is perhaps not the best for reducing human suffering. But. We're gonna need more boats as well. Something like this. We need this to do like any of like the bigger diplo plays anyways. There's a country that gets a lot of international help that started in 1967 with 200k pop and now has 2.2 million and is still very much dependent on the help. Yeah, so this is kind of like what I'm talking about. It feels like the economy question is kind of like when you're trying to treat illness, you can choose to treat the symptoms or address the causative factors, preventative versus curative. Yeah, and I think that what's politically expedient or is popular for people who contribute to philanthropic aid is like doing just treating the symptom, as it were. Can automation remove the need for lower strata jobs? Are you talking IRL? That's how it works in game. The laborers are always the jobs that are removed for the most part. There's like one or two exceptions, I think, if I recall correctly. If you're talking IRL, in theory, I think also I think the entire replacement of all like difficult or bad jobs or like jobs that are in rural areas regarding the urbanization problem, I think that is, you needed the economic system to be different. You need to not squeeze all the value to the top, which I don't know how you have an efficiently distributing allocative system like what you get with capitalism without squeezing money to the top. Does forcing a subject to enact laws actually work? It does. Well, they try and enact the law. They don't necessarily, or they're not necessarily successful. So let's see, who do they have in Go? But this is who they have in Gov, right? So they need to put someone else in Gov in order to do anything. Unless, their interest group has a weird ideology. Well, we can make them, you know, pass peasant levies or national militia instead of professional army. Boop. In theory, we could force them to pass laws that would make some reactionary party of, like, Intelligentsia so pissed that there would be a revolution, but then we would put down the landowner. Yeah, no, that wouldn't work. Check out the Copenhagen Consensus Center for some good stuff on economically sound international aid solutions. I have read by Bjorn Lomborg the How to Spend $3 Billion to Make the World a Better Place, which was put out by the Copenhagen Consensus Center. I have read it. It's one of the reasons why I think that feeding people who are starving to death is not a good intervention. I'm not sure ever, but what's the typical modern ratio? Pre-industrial, like 25% urban versus rural. Today it's like 90 to 10. I don't know the answer to this question, but someone else might. Is it weird that we were messaging and talking over each other on the web while watching you play? Maybe I'm a little too toasted tonight. Life is so weird yet cool, but scary. Yeah, this has gone a weird stream, because normally we don't talk about, like, political stuff, at least to this degree. Oh my god, the truth hurts. We need more paper. But everyone seemed to, yeah, I mean, like, everyone seems to have strong opinions regarding this starving to death thing. Or everyone seems to want to voice their opinion regarding this, because sometimes I say political stuff on stream and, like, you know, people don't engage this much on that basis, but... William Garland says, okay, yeah, I think I understand better than I did at first. Yeah, one of the problems is also there's a huge delay, right? Because I'm catching up with chat, and I haven't caught up yet. So, like, it's not just the stream delay, it's actually, like, I should be trying to keep up faster. And I do want to engage with you guys. We're also finishing up these explosives. It's also why we're playing on speed 3 right now. So we can, like, not make infinite mistakes, and also, like, talk about this. I also, like... I think that this one's interesting. I've had this discussion with my friend quite a bit regarding, like, people, he's one of my friends I share hot takes with, and this is one of them. I'm not going to share other hot takes, because there are definitely some spicier takes, but... Those would be more appropriate for my other YouTube channel. In a way, African countries are destined to political instability because their borders don't reflect the ethnic situation there. Yeah, at this point in time. In theory, eventually, like, their ethnic borders and political borders would become aligned. But, like, they have the legacy of colonialism. Like, 400 years down the road, though, you know, take Vietnam. So Europeans are a bit historically responsible for these consequences. I agree. I think it's even if someone wanted to say that Europe is in part morally responsible for a bunch of people starving to death, I think that'd be fine. But then, like, I wouldn't argue strongly one way or the other. But yeah. Does convoy raiding work in this patch? No. Because it's impossible to now change these borders so that all these countries may be more politically stable. Yeah, I agree with that. So, like, the intervention's unclear. Is population growth bad, IRL or in-game? The truth hurts. We don't know which one he's talking about. Population growth, IRL, I don't think is intrinsically bad or intrinsically good. I think it's neutral, but I think that if the population is growing and the people is growing and increasing the proportion of people who are suffering, or the amount of people who are suffering, it's maybe bad. Change laws from the Congo so they colonize the region. We unfortunately, while we can change laws, we can only change laws according to who they have in government, and so we would have to regime change to do something else. So if we wanted to get really invested, we could regime change them. I currently don't think that it's worth the infamy to regime change them into something that would support getting off of no colonial affairs. In theory, if they eventually roll a jingoist landowner, though, we could change, and this would be This would be good. William Garland's responding to Kaiser Master saying, I think our starting assumption here is that population growth IRL is bad when it outpaces access to food. Yeah, food, water, resources. Yes. This is when I think is bad. But like, yeah. When the population does grow, though, people generally want to defend human life, so I think the perspective most people are operating from is that population growth is, in a sense, good if human life is inherently valuable. But that's a strange one, because a lot of people think that population growth is bad, but that human life and dignity should be defended, and so, but that, like, we shouldn't add more of it, so it's kind of a weird, interesting thing. Since you read Lomberg, it's all coming together now. Yeah, I've read Lomberg's piece. I think I've read it twice. But it does add some context to my position, being a little bit detached and insensitive. Also, that's probably me. I've held this position before I read Lomberg, but... Sorry, I think I started it with my hot take. I think you did, like 20, 30 minutes ago. I was supposed to end stream like 40 minutes ago. Starving was the key word. Yeah. Starving's how you... Yep. IRL starvation. How to trigger Generalist into getting his YouTube channel canceled. Talk about starvation. I think that... I'm sure there's... I probably also should pay more attention to exactly how I word things in the event that someone clips something like really, really bad, but I'm also not big enough for that to be a concern, I think. I think that you won't, or Kaiser Master is saying, I think that you won't be able to reach an equilibrium in any like giving nation so that you can feed enough poor people in sub-Saharan Africa. Well, you could in theory if like you can double food supply every 9 months. If this is possible, then like or every 9 months is like the extreme example. But if you can double food supply faster than people can double the population, then you, like, in theory, you actually can do it. But I think that that's practically speaking not possible. So they can migrate to Australia and produce more value for the world. The truth hurts. Look at the discussion this way. We can presume YouTube counts live stream chat as engagement for your analytics and the channel promotion. Yeah, but everyone who, like, watches this after the fact is just gonna get a hot take of, like, starvation to the face. Of starvation, this, like, they're gonna be like, we weren't playing Korea. We did nothing of the sort. I've let my construction queue idle several times here. The truth. It hurts. I think we let these auto-expand. Oh my god, it's magic. We're actually employing here. We did it, guys. We made it. I really love this chat where there's no one trying to nag the other for an unpopular opinion. Yeah, this is incredibly civil. I was expecting at least one person to like really at me pretty heavy for my opinion. And like no one's being like I mean I don't think my opinion's wrong, which is why like I hold it, but like you know what I mean. No one's trying to nag each other for the unpopular opinion. I feel at the end of a party hard where the only best friends are left and we speak like this. Yeah, it's super chill. I'm a fan. And like, I don't I think that also like our perspectives are generally aligned in that reducing human suffering is kind of the goal. And I think if my opinion was that we shouldn't solve world hunger because, like, something else, like, or we shouldn't try and feed starving people, or pops, if it was because it wasn't for the purpose of reducing that human suffering, then, like, it would be a much easier take to, like, attack or, like, be mad about. Looks like we're getting in here. I was a little concerned we weren't going to be able to land. One of these days I will figure out how to make YouTube not show my full name. Today is not the day, apparently. Apologies. Let's see. I don't know how to do this either, other than changing the thing. Colonialism was a historical inevitability, probably. I don't really know. That's like, We have a sample size of 1, so it's not necessarily clear. Like, could you imagine if, like, if the Americas, Asia, Europe, and Africa all reached the exact same technology militarily that allowed for colonialism at the exact same time, then you actually wouldn't have had colonialism, right? Everything is historically contingent until it happens, and then it becomes inevitable. Basically, Mr. Bombastic a little bit here. But, like, also, the statement also makes sense, calling it historically inevitable. Like, it makes sense that the world progressed in this way, but, I think I could imagine a scenario where it's otherwise, but not a likely scenario. Spain's whole GDP comes from the state of Navarra. Navarra plus. Navarra is such a nice state. Like, this is such a good bonus. Jacob C says, yeah, you're explaining yourself well, so even dissenters don't feel the need to do anything but argue respectfully. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Definitely not trying to quash dissent. I think discourse is useful. I think I probably didn't qualify my initial statement that well, though. Because I agree that, like, there are ways to reduce population growth. If you reduce the population growth, right, then you don't have a problem. But, like, if you just feed starving people without addressing the population problem, then the population just grows. Which is not necessarily what you want. Now we have a decent-sized army. We could maybe go after... We just don't want to go after them. We don't want to lose all our pops. We don't want to get them sucked off. Not like this. Ooh, Tripolitanians may be good. Been interested in North Africa here. The natives were doomed to die, not like this. The inevitability of colonialism is covered well in Walter Schleier's Escape from Rome. I have not read that piece. But, like, I think that colonialism happened definitely makes sense. But inevitable is a word where if you use it, people might have different understandings of what it means. And so you have to take into account that people might mean a different thing from inevitable than you do. That history, like, the way it was, it would not have been plausible for something else to happen? Maybe. That it would have been literally impossible? Probably not. You go to your settings for display name, but it affects how people see who sent the email. Don't put Steven Demon at 6969. Oh, I have to keep an eye on my sub count. I have to check it. Very close to 69 subs, so I might have to stay up to get the screenshot. Loyalist increasing average. How loyalist increasing your average SOL decreasing by time? You're not familiar with the Confucian way? Minus 100% radicals from SOL decreases. It don't matter. In fact, in theory, in order to best abuse this, we would actually want to oscillate between high and low SOL. Because every time we lower it, we get the standard of living increases, and then every time we raise it, we don't get any standard of living decreases. So, this is the way. We're gonna save after we get this. Yes, colonialism was surely inevitable because of it was unregulated private enterprises in many cases, and people do like to make money. Right, but this is... it is possible that people would not have liked to make money as much if the culture was wildly different. You know what I mean? It is possible that, you could have had, not had situations where empires arose and technology developed in an environment where you had, like, city-states, like, think ancient Greece, but with much further technology. and that by the time you reach this global effort, everyone simultaneously had good enough technology such that trying to exploit another was not a lucrative proposition. Which I'm suggesting like a historical timeline that's not like remotely close to ours, but it is one that's possible. And in theory, like if you mean inevitable, you mean excludes all other possibilities, depending on what your understanding of inevitable means. William says, what does inevitable evil mean for history? Is basically a useless idea unless we invent time travel. Yeah, pretty much, because you can't test. Yeah, you cannot. The whole falsifiability thing. It's not a falsifiable thesis. You cannot falsify, like, there's no way to prove it wrong, and so, like, you can't verify it in this way. And so, but it also the claim that colonialism was, like, if you look at the trajectory of history, that colonialism looked anything but extremely probable. Like, I think that statement's true. Do I have any video tutorials about just local prices of mapping? Yes, I do. You're having a lot of trouble adapting to from the pre-1.5 system. Let's see if we can find you a video. I think we can find you one. Oh no, it plays an ad. Right, let's find this. Copy. I think that's the video. Of course, that video was pretty early on, and so it doesn't necessarily reflect like my views as they've developed, but I think that that's a decent video. Quick 25 people sub, go, no, I want to screenshot it. So discourse is used. Let's make sure we're getting our war goals put in. What is this? Morocco supports. Do we want to puppet Morocco too? Maybe. I mean, we don't have a lot of infamy. The problem is they're very likely to back down, huh? But if they back down, we also don't have a lot of infamy. And they're also only uncertain, so let's maybe protectorate. Morocco's an expensive protectorate. Holy snaps. We really don't want to pay that infamy and then not get them. Huh. Do we even beat Morocco in a fight? Looks like maybe not. Of course, we can defend against them. So let's mobilize our armies and just put in like war reps and stuff like this on Tripolitania, and then hope that they back down, but expect them not to. We'll ban slavery there too. That'll be fine. Oop. The truth hurts. Yeah, the truth does hurt. I agree. This is where I'd say the truth hurts, but we already said it twice. So discourse is useful, and I agree with a lot of squashing dissent is bad. However, a lot of discussions on the internet are hardly qualified as discourse. And this mode is down to trolling. Yeah. There's actually been certain discourse that I've just banned people for, and that's like people trying to argue that Putin's like a good faith actor. Is so far the only thing I've banned people for. Or actually, I haven't even banned them. I've just timed them out repeatedly. Determinism pretending made-up constant is part of the physical reality, just like a mathematical equation, and is meant to serve the ultimate paradigma. Well, determinism versus free will is like... I have very much visited that discussion a lot. But that's like... Unpacking that's like weird for people who don't have background in philosophy, because they find the notion of like disagreeing with like free will absurd, and also a huge portion of that is just defining free will and cause. And generally speaking, the determinists and the free will believers have different understandings of free will and causality in terms of definition. Europe's domination was also a historical inevitability because geography and social cultures. China and India lack coal and iron in the population centers. Yeah, but the population centers could have been in different places. But yeah, I mean, I generally in agreement that like colonialism was like, it was not like an accidental event that was like unlikely to happen, and it just like somehow bubbled up to the thing. given tonight's discussion, got a place I could toss some book recommendations at you? Yes, there's a book section of the Discord. Wish you could throw that in there. I don't even know if the concept of private property was inevitable, let alone private enterprise. I 100% agree with that. To me, it's not necessarily inevitable. Although I think that the cultures that have... Well, actually, there are definitely cultures that didn't have private property, but they weren't very successful. So the question is there something inherent about private property that is going to make your culture a lot more successful in terms of world domination? And that might be the case, but I don't have a strong opinion on it. China and India don't also start with railroads, so they run out of building space, factories early on, smudge. Yeah, this is true. It definitely in game. Oh my god, I've gotten behind on the chat again. You guys are chatting up a lot. I might have to start skipping messages. I've never really skipped messages before, but depends. I assume you guys would rather me respond to every message than skip over some and just be more up to date and current. I don't think we're playing too bad either. All historical events retroactively create their necessity. Yeah, you cannot, anytime something happens, you cannot, it's not a verifiable thesis to say, like, it could not have been otherwise. If we put the context of every continent that has the same amount of tech, Europe would take the bad part of the stick because the rest of the continent, the rest have large populations. Yeah, but you could also relativize like population, but it would not be economically feasible to try and exploit places. Like we're entering a time where it's not feasible to try and exploit places, partially because of like nuclear deterrence, right? So like, is nuclear deterrence an inevitable part of history as well? Whitespace says, thank you. You're welcome. Although that might have been directed towards someone else in chat, I don't know. Colonialism made a lot of sense, but was still bad. I agree with that. I think we have a huge legacies of colonialism as well today, and we still have enormous exploitation. Like, people, your, like, phones, there's like, I forget if it's cobalt or lithium or what exactly it is, but there's like a rare earth mineral used in phones that's like pretty much only mined in, there was like an area that was discovered in Scandinavia that had it, but there's like mineral extraction in China, and then the rest is like Congo, and it's functionally like slave labor. There's still very serious exploitation occurring for the extraction of resources and such. What did we just research? We knew okay, yeah, I remember now. I remember. We wanted to put in a greener grass campaign on Guanbuk. Not that it really matters too much, because we can't siphon off anyone's pops. This is like such a scuffed run, because you like really need to stay in Shing's market. We could get a trade agreement with but yeah, I think we'll let it be for now. Oh, we do have to select a tech. Do we want to start pushing into the tier 2s? I think we have to do it like this. We have to research some bad techs to get at the good techs. We'll go for chem bleaching. I think this is a fine enough one. Hartley says, that's why I'm so rarely interested in discussing alternate history. It's just basically just fan fiction. Yeah, I can see that perspective. I suppose it depends what you mean by the alternate history, but then we're again getting into the... I think it's interesting to think about theoretical possibilities, but to argue like in some sort of to argue that alternative history is like in a definitive or like argue it's like somehow objective or this type of thing. It's like you have to understand that it's just like a theoretical exercise, pretty much. It's like the theory that ancient Greeks were very close to the Industrial Revolution regarding technological advance, or it was a theory about the Romans. Pretty interesting though. Yeah, they found like one thing that was like theorizing steam power, but they didn't do it because the slavery was too effective. Or this is what I've heard from it. Imagine if Russia-Ukraine explodes into a nuclear war, goes into a quiet stalemate. People in the future will say whichever was inevitable. 100%. You know what? There's a really good book if you want to like think about this sort of discussion of like post hoc analysis. Oh my god, it's on the other side of my room behind a bunch of stuff. But it's Thinking Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman, where he talks about largely it's exploration of cognitive biases, and one of the biases is like this post hoc analysis. People act like they do everything in this type of thing, and if you look at like pundits, if you look at any sort of pundits like on television, like the news anchors and this type of stuff, they actually are just absolutely terrible at predicting anything, politically speaking. It's like it's like a monkey throwing darts at a dartboard or whatever. But they're really good at having good explanations post hoc, and most people that are very often experts are just good at post hoc explanations, and it like involves like a cognitive bias. And you can read this book, and it's a pretty good one for if you want to try and like root out cognitive biases in your own thinking or like erroneous ways of thinking. It's a really good read. Yeah, I'll put it in the chat. Morocco being the only one to colonize, who could colonize is useful. Yeah, I just didn't want to put the protectorate on them, incur a bunch of infamy, and then not be able to, and have them back down, Tripolitania back down. But maybe I should put it in. They would have been a decent protectorate. We're probably going to decay below 0 here, so that was probably a miss. Yesterday someone posted a really interesting answer on Ask Historians, native diseases immunity and what factors are involved in weakening. Highly recommended if you haven't seen it already. Was this regarding, well, like, one of the reasons that the Native Americans actually couldn't defend very well against the Europeans is because 95% of their population got wiped out, which wasn't necessarily, like, inevitable thing regarding, like, history. There's a French philosopher, Jean-Pierre Dupuy, who deals with determinism such that it allows for freedom. Yeah. I mean, I think that my perspective is, regardless of what is the case, it's better to just believe in free will. And so, because it's better to believe in free will, it's also like a bit of prisoner's dilemma type of thing, or like you can look at it in terms of game theory. If free will exists, then you should believe in it, and if free will doesn't exist, then whatever you choose to do doesn't matter because you weren't free to choose it. And so, and it's a bit of a tongue-in-cheek objection, like, could God make a burrito so big that he'd be unable to eat it? But like, it makes more sense to like, not arguing from like a truth perspective, but from a pragmatic perspective, it makes more sense to believe in free will. Determinism is scientifically correct, but individually free will is useful. I'm not even sure if it's scientifically correct, but I think when I have philosophy discussions and I have to raise my hand for one side, I raise my hand for the determinism side, but they also have a definite problem of like a bait and switch of an understanding they use regarding causality, because a lot of them argue if you're not the proper cause of your actions, you cannot be said to determine them, right? And Buck, there we go. And so the question is okay, well, and they make like the second further argument that you're not really the cause of your actions if your biology caused your actions, or if, because then it's your biology, or if, your circumstances caused your action. And then they further argue your actions are entirely caused by your biology and circumstances. However, this notion of causation, right, leads to an infinite regress, because I'm not the cause of any of my actions. Instead, I'm just like, it's my parents who brought me into existence, and my upbringing that caused my actions, not me, myself. And they have this argument that it could not have been otherwise, which again, isn't falsifiable. But like, the thing is like, if I take this highlighter and I drop it on the ground, and someone were to ask what caused that, the most satisfactory answer is Generalist caused that. Right? That is the best answer to that question. It would be unsatisfying to say, well, Generalist didn't really cause it, but his upbringing caused it. Or, well, Generalist didn't really cause it, but his parents genetic material caused it. And these are unsatisfying answers. And then even still, it wouldn't be my parents who caused it, but their parents' parents, and their parents' parents' parents, and their upbringings, and their parents' 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 parents. And you would have this infinite regress until the answer to, well, why did the highlighter drop behind Generalist? If your answer to that question is something preceding the Big Bang, I know not what. That is just like about the worst answer possible. And this is kind of like what a lot of like determinist notion of causality is, like kind of necessitates this kind of weird, strange position. And so while I agree with the overall position, it's like, I think it's only contextually true. Like if you're talking in some abstract theoretical sense, but anytime you start to talk about like in this like in a more real world like practical way, like the notion of cause changes. And so like if the notion of cause is changing, could like then perhaps our notion of like being authors of our own actions also needs to simultaneously change. That was a really long response. The pop centers are where the big plains and good land and rivers. Europe has more coal and iron than everywhere else. So I've heard the river argument. I think this one's really interesting, that Africa's big problem is they don't have major river sources, and that these were a source of allowing for specialization. Adam Smith talks about it in The Wealth of Nations, but the reason why you see massive specialization in the lowland areas in the Netherlands, which was like very, very lucrative at the time, was because they had these immense riverways. And so your ability to transport goods leads to specialization, because if you can get your staples from John down the street, who's a blacksmith, and then you build nails, you can build way more nails if you only build nails. What is that Prussia map paying? Bro, Prussia does this every time on this patch. They take Tyrol and then either Styria or South Tyrol, and they do it because like it's a proper breakpoint in terms of infamy for them, for the AI, is my understanding, and it has market access. So they say, does it have market access? The answer is yes. And then, is it too much infamy? And the answer is no. And then they just take it every single time. Romans and Greeks could not have industrialized because they had slavery. If you had cheap labor machines, you have to have very cheap labor machines will not be profitable. Or you have very cheap labor machines will not be profitable. Yeah, this makes sense. And we'll accept white peace, of course. And we'll check our infamy, and we are probably at 0. So, we definitely want to Oman, Harar, Zulu. Alright, so let's reduce autonomy. They will accept. Oman. Let's reduce autonomy. They might accept. What about Zulu? Reduce autonomy. They will not accept. Alright, fair enough. What about Sintang? No. So we can do Kathiri. Sulu, Belangan, Benin. Sulu, Belangan, Benin. Alright. So we have to find a decent... We have a fleet, a landing of... we missed our ability to sway in. Damn. Mistakes were made. Alright, so maybe we want to think about it in terms of developing free interests in some areas as well. Oh, we should go after Greece. Read? I'm good, I just played my map game. Fair. Based. The problem is you don't know what is predetermined. I mean, predetermined is also just a messy concept. Alright, why are we making so much money? God damn it. Is it because every place just employed up? It is. Crazy. Alright, we're gonna do some of this. Surely that's enough. Guanbuck. Now has decent... Oh, we're gonna get... Yeah, we're getting it. We're getting the schlorp. We're gonna get the pops. First you get the pops, then you get the money, then you get the women. Except that's really not how the world works, but... No. This is incredibly cheap, so let's start using some of these labor-saving PMs. Wow, how is iron so ungodly cheap, though? Oh, let's not do that. But let's add another 10 of those. And then we'll go after Greece, and Greece will give us a lot. Is Generalist a duelist? What type of duel do you mean? I am, on the issue of free will, I would, if you want to oversimplify my position, I would say I'm a pragmatist. If you want to use philosophical terms. Socially, it's not useful to have a, I mean, so, like, philosophically speaking, and, like, I don't know to what extent you're familiar with, like, the terminology. I would be, like, from the perspective of my metaphysics regarding truth, I'm a relativist, which, like, involves a bunch of other, like, commitments that are, like, not that committal. But, like, yeah. Socially, it's not useful to base society or culture around the idea that no one is responsible for their actions. With human beings as they are, yes. If human beings were a different animal, then maybe. But they're not. Functionally, I don't think it works. A lot of people who are determinists argue that you still need a punishment and this type of stuff as a deterrent, though. So, like, their argument doesn't fall apart on that basis. But I also think you're correct in what you're saying. If all movements of atoms in the universe are predetermined, then thinking is also predetermined in a way. Yes, 100%. One of the problems with all the universe unfolding in a particular way is we couldn't possibly verify if things could have been different, because we can't go back in time. Follow determined logarithm and you will find God, because he's the only one who can save you from your circular reasoning. The truth hurts. You can't prove that the movement of atoms is predetermined. You can't prove that it's not, though. Yeah. The turtle's all the way down. Like, but, like, you can make an argument. Perhaps it's useful to view determinism as generating constraining parameters, and free will represents the agency to act upon probable options within those parameters. I think one of the biggest, like, condemnations of, or, like, as someone trying to defend free will, one of the biggest problems, in my opinion, is that you actually don't control what thoughts enter your mind. You are not in control of what, let's say you can choose the blue sweater or the red sweater, but the choice between red and blue did not enter your mind. And if you're choosing between red and blue, and you choose red, or you choose blue, you could not have chosen green because it did not occur to you to choose green. And so, like, you do not choose which thoughts enter your head. And, like, this is, like, in my opinion, something that's, like, not, there's not a solvable, like, you are so limited by the stuff that enters your attention, enters the sphere of what you can focus on, as a human being, just, like, enormously limited. And, like, the appearance of free will, I think, is essential to the human experience, but that doesn't necessarily mean you have it. Africa also has frighteningly limited number of natural ports given the length of the coastline. Yeah. Sub-Saharan Africa, I think you mean, right? There's some good natural ports up here. A really good one right here. It's almost like someone should build a great civilization over here. Malaria IRL is an inhibiting factor of development as the game makes it seem. To contribute to Africa lagging behind in tech. I think that the waterways thing probably would have been more significant for Africa, but I'm not the one to ask for when it comes to. Yeah, we can get the True Shield states for free, baby. If it's free, it's for me. First you get the pops, then you get the GDP, then you get the SOL. Facts. Need to reduce taxes before you start burning money. Yeah, fair. I think we just want to really increase construction by a whole lot, though, to deal with that. You are 100% correct. I'm trying to play accurately and discuss things that are fairly cerebral at the same time, and I must admit, I'm not up to the task. You can protect the Persia if you have Macron, and then you can force the front line to their army from their HQ and naval invade the capital. Bruh, I don't even think we're big enough to do Persia. I think we have to be a size of... Oh, no, wait, they're unrecognized. Oh, they're just regional? Okay. I thought we were not big enough. Don't ask what the Zen Buddhist did in World War II. Is that the super long parable where the Zen master says maybe so, like 15 times, and every time it's like unclear? Like, we like that parable here. Non-verifiability is definitely the issue with all this. Yeah, I'm a big fan of empirical means, and like you're starting to the pragmatic solution is to abdicate the discussion, right? And in my opinion, the pragmatic thing to do is like you look at what are the effects of believing in free will or not, and then like if you study the empirical effects of believing in free will, you're more likely to engage in like learned helplessness behaviors if you don't. So you should just believe in it on a pragmatic basis, and then like thinking about it too much is probably the biggest mistake you could make, rather than judging one thing while you're in the other. I prefer philosophy stream. Yeah, this is it was supposed to be a 1 year anniversary stream. Instead, it's like descended into madness. The philosophy stream. Hemorrhaging viewership. People are like, "What the fuck is this guy talking about?" The truth hurts. I think that plan works. Damn scientists, science harder, basically. It makes my life so much easier when I don't have to actually think. I can just ask the scientists to science harder. I would prefer if they scienced a lot harder than they do currently. Yeah. How much pops? Where are we even getting these pops from? So we've accumulated some new cultural communities, but at what cost? We're okay with the Somali one. We kind of don't like having the Boer one. I think we should actually incorporate this stuff, to be honest. And we do want it incorporated long term. Let's look where we don't have enough taxes. Something like this might be okay. I don't think the green sweater is a limitation of free will. It's a limitation of perception. No, I think it's a limitation of free will because you are not free to choose options that are not entering your awareness. Perhaps I worded that poorly, but you it is completely outside of your control what choices become available to you. So you haven't. It's like a meta like level thing where you're not choosing what options come into your awareness. So like if you've ever been in a like, I'm trying to think of a really good example of like a double bind, which is the like when someone presents you with two options but they're really just the same option, you don't actually have a choice. And so if the way you experience reality in terms of your attention presents you with two options that are functionally basically the same, then to say that you have a choice to do otherwise is maybe there's a problem there. And this is perhaps less a problem with free will and more a problem with like agency, but like I think they're related. Oil? I see oils in chat. Wait, what did we miss? Where's the oil? Not like this. The truth hurts. Mosquito Empires by J.R. McNeill is a good read. Covers the Caribbean, but given the implications of slave trade, gets into malaria quite extensively. Interesting. I mean, it's also interesting that people from Europe couldn't really colonize Africa that well because of malaria, and could colonize the Americas much better. And then they colonized the Americas really well because of smallpox. Where's the cooking stream? Oh no. The truth hurts. How do you force yourself to believe something, even when you have taken so much contradictory info? I don't know, man. You just believe it. This is actually something I asked myself. So I'm like, oh man, I don't know if I want to get into that. But like I mean, I think you can. I think when you look at stuff in such a way that you don't believe in like hard objective truths that are necessarily true in all circumstances, it gives you a little bit more flexibility and agency in the realm of being able to believe stuff that you think there's a lot of evidence against. So I think that if you're operating highly abstractly, the evidence supports determinism, but if you're operating like from a different perspective, it doesn't necessarily support it. Like the turtles all the way down, like problem with causality to me gives me a little bit of a way out, I think. I always have max railroad PM for transport demand. Bro, you're right. We missed this. How to make Generalists play bad at not League of Legends. This really isn't League of Legends, but I think the Gen Cole is also broken, right? I forget. You can't because you don't choose what you believe. I mean, I think even if you don't believe something initially, if you wanted to work towards believing something, you could. Real question was the stream predetermined to happen, even if you didn't want to do it? Who says I did want to do it? Who says I didn't feel obligated on the basis of it being the 1 year anniversary? But boom. You're gonna educate yourself to try and change your mind, yeah. Listen to both sides and take in twice the misinformation. This is the hot take. I think I'm gonna clip that actually. That's fucking hilarious. Listen to both sides so you can be doubly misinformed. The truth hurts. It will not set you free. Alright, so the question is, do we get the landing in here? It looks like it. It's gonna give us some pretty good companies here in Greece. Oil? Is this what this is? No. You guys said something about oil. I don't see any oil. Oh, we definitely want to build up the gold in Transvaal. No real oil yet. It was when you got Trucial States. Oh, yeah, this makes sense. And then we started talking about dominating Persia. Yeah, this 100% makes sense. Persia's an interesting one here, though. I think you guys might be right. I'm just also really terrified of, they have a lot of migration attraction, relatively speaking. Because they have a lot of unused arable land, so I was afraid of their migration attraction. Like here, 21, I really don't want a Korean cultural community to form there. Yeah, so they have more migration than some of my places that don't have like this, so I'm not sure if I'm net positive on migration, taking them in, so yeah. Personally, I don't know where my thoughts come from, but I've seen how acting on them differently changes my outcomes. Yes, but one of the not being able to go back and do differently, like, problem is, like, ever present. So perhaps you do not have different outcomes, but just a string of the same outcome of your given path of, like, one thing. But that's perhaps, like, a bit of not, yeah, maybe that's not even, like thought experiment worth investigating. Whether personal choice is determined or a choice, it's been good for me either way. Yeah. I think that's a good way of looking at it. Like, I think that at a certain point, you just, like, my general position is that at a certain point, it's just worth abdicating the discussion, kind of, on free will. Like, after a certain point, it's just not useful to think about free will. But, like, as an exercise and just, I don't know, mental masturbation, it's interesting. I've certainly read a lot about free will, and I've also forgotten a lot about free will, which, you know, the truth hurts. I mean, we're so close. We're not very close to these texts. Do we just want to go for a tier 2 tech here? Yeah, I think we want to start getting into tier 2 text. I don't think we go dialectics, though. We go modern sewage, to be honest. Oh, we are hemorrhaging money. Holy hell. We're gonna do some of that. The intrusive thoughts are winning, basically. Togurt smashing France, as this was, how should I say, inevitable course of history. Actually, I think that not using the wooden carts is better because you get more infrastructure per transportation. It makes the businesses way less profitable. We do have to turn on some PMs, though. In my testing, it's been pretty clearly that, it seems to be the case that you want to have them turned on in wood. Yahoo, here. Let's turn on some PMs here. We're just cranking the wood. Someone's importing wood from us. I don't even know who it is. I think we don't even have free trade. We're just the wood boy. Got wood? I do. Ugh. Alright, this one, we're having a shortage, so we can... Ooh, we're on public trains. Hot. Just the woods are, like, wildly profitable, too. This will make these a lot more profitable. Okay, seems fine. I am the intrusive thoughts, the truth hurts. The truth can't set you free, you gotta do it yourself. Shake my head. The truth hurts, though. I didn't choose to watch the stream, you forced me to do so. Yeah. The truth hurts. If you want to make Persia, make sure you get Macron first so you have a front and you can do free naval landing. Yeah, no, this strategy makes sense. We already have a front though, if we... Oman's a puppet, I think. So we already have a front. Yeah. With Persia here. We can just put the defense forces on defense and then maybe one a little bit more in the Africa army and just leave them at home. I think Persia... No, Persia has no boats. We don't have to worry about anything. They don't know what a boat is. Mental what? That's true. Why else would we come on the stream if not for mental masturbation? I see. I see which mental he was referring to now. Yeah, you know. To be fair, if you're playing Victoria 3, a lot of Victoria 3 is that it's just making this line go up. You know, it's not a question of, like, if we're going to become the #1 great power and have the biggest economy, it's a question of when, and, like, it's just an exercise in making this look a particular way. Like, this is the entire game. And so, yeah. You heard the man. Go for max universities. Max unis would not be too good right now. Our economy's not big enough. The cost of unis is relatively flat, and the benefit is, what is it, exponential, so you have to get to a certain economy before you really want to crank up. Perhaps with local markets, the no carts becomes an option when you need more infra but don't want to flood the transportation. This is absolutely what you do. This is 100%. We started having to do this a ton in the USA run, where I've recorded up to episode 8, and this is definitely, you definitely go back onto this at a certain point, but especially, it's more of a PM that you use in areas that are, like, very, very rural when you want to turn on, you know, like, the what is it, like, the tobacco plantations. You're like, oh, I want some of this. Oh my god, we're almost out of peasants. Holy hell. What the hell? What's the price on our transport here? It's not too expensive. Can we turn this on? Alright, transport's expensive now. We'll just let it be there. But that'll give us a little bit more employment, but we are, you know, reaching inflection points here. Which one do you think would be more interesting on this beta patch, Mexico or Egypt? Definitely Mexico. I think you're going to want a little bit of a chance to play around with the like obscene migration, and Mexico has a bunch of unused arable land, and so they will have really strong, unused arable land. They will have really strong migration modifiers, and so going in some of the market and doing this tomfoolery will be a little bit interesting, I think. Mexico's about to get a bunch of content. I was not aware of this. I thought it was just South America. There's a limited number of buildings that consume transportation, right? Yes. Only resource are agricultural? I think so. I might be mistaken, though. No longer do urban centers consume transportation, which they were. Right. Now they produce it, which is like a weird kind of transition. I think DLC is South America only. Yep, that's what I was thinking as well. Hey, Generalist, playing as Prussia. And yeah, I have no labor force. Any recommendations on what I should do? You should try and get into the same market as, you should try and get in the same market as Great Qing or into the UK's market. You can depress your, prestige by declaring a bunch of rivals. Getting an enormous amount of Diplo. And then improving relations with a whole bunch of people, this type of thing. And then deleting all the prestige, it'll put you at a huge negative deficit, which will give you a minus prestige. And then also lower your bureaucracy payments as much as possible. You might be able to get in with Prussia. Prussia's military might be too big, though, to do this. But you should try and, protectorate people with high populations, I would say. Especially on, if you're talking, well, I guess the question, it matters if you're talking on 1.5, but protectorating, the Sikh Empire is really, really nice because Punjab has a ton of pops, and so you can siphon off the pops from Punjab. And this will be really useful. We would love to get into Great Britain's market. In fact, why don't we try and do a little bit of this? We're definitely not playing very well right now. We're a little focused on other things. Although I think some of that conversation... Yeah, I was supposed to end stream like forever ago, too. Trying to... I guess we got a few donos, though, so we could go long. That makes sense. Adam, he says, yeah, you were right. Yeah, on the... Yep. I have at times quit the game because I got mad at myself spending this much time online go up. Yeah, but so it's like inherently non-productive, right? I feel the exact same way about the free will discussion, right? It's like, but it's fun. So it's like mental masturbation. Yeah. You can just import the paper for the unis. The really expensive thing in the unis is not the paper, it's the labor. Even if you get really, really cheap paper, the labor is really the expensive thing. The wages, they have a wage multiplier of 4 for academics, which is real high. Maybe if we get philosophy department, though, it makes more sense. They should make that the tagline for whenever Victoria comes next. Mental masturbation. Jesus, they would sell so many copies. Do a Bukhara run. Do a Kyrgyz revenge against the Mongols, Timurids, and Russians. I've been planning a Uyghur run. It might be actually just disgustingly hard after 1.5, though. I might have missed my chance for, like, Uyghur conquers all of Great Qing. I might not be able to do this all in one sitting, which was, like, kind of what I always wanted to do for a stream. What's the specific money mark where building max universities becomes viable? There's no, like, specific things in this game, but, usually, I think building the first up to economies of scale kind of happens around 200 to 300 construction. We are not in that position right now because we do not have dialectics. I think if we had dialectics, we would probably be building one up to level 21. Because we don't have philosophy department, and this gives you 50% more innovation per university, so before you have this, it really doesn't make too much sense to, like, push it super hard. But we were thinking of going dialectics over modern sewage, but maybe if we were at 400 construction, we would have gone dialectics instead of modern sewage. We also are running out of room for construction sectors. Actually, you know, maybe dialectics would be better, but the main thing is I don't want to do it before dialectics. I mean, I guess we could start doing it, but I also don't know where I want to put my 21 uni. This is a bit of a problem. I don't know if I want it here or here. I'm guessing I want it in the capital. But usually over 200 construction is kind of the point where I start wanting to do it. And so we're definitely going to be doing that soonish, just not quite yet. Property of women. God, I hate having one of these guys. Actually, you know what? We're going to get rid of this protectionist boyo. Wait, why can't we say yes? Rural folk wants to join the agrarian party. How illegitimate is this? It's a big step down. Really want this guy to be different. Let's see if we have... Nope. Alright. Well, we'll just keep playing. Why are you losing pops if you are migrating in? Is that mortality high? Probably. I'm not sure which area you were talking about. Well, I'm getting negative pop growth from mortality, yes. Mortality is higher than birth rate, but I'm getting a ton of pops from migration here. But like they're emigrating from it's siphoning off from a lot of the other Korean places. But what I'm getting in exchange is that I'm gonna get to push economies of scale a little bit here, and build up to 21. And so I think this is a decent trade-off. We might take the migration edict off in a little bit though. Look and see if you can change Tripolitania to colonization, or the Congo. Yeah, okay, we can take a look. Specifically, we need a Jingoist, because they're both going to have landowners, so, like, they need to have a Jingoist guy in charge, and if they don't, then we can't. Or we could regime change them, but I don't think it's worth it. Urban centers produce transportation instead of consuming it now? Yes. Because the railroads sucked too much butt. Also, it does make things a little bit easier, because of local goods, and it doesn't make a non-zero amount of sense. And a little bit of info from lighting, yes. Can you do a playthrough on Divergences mod? I was planning on doing one, but it doesn't work on 1.5 right now, so that's either going to wait for release, or wait for the Divergences crew to make something compatible with the beta. It doesn't work at the moment. Or it doesn't work last I checked. If one of these guys has a ton of approval, we're gonna go with the other one. Oh, looks like they both do. Hell yeah, brother. We have so much like loyalism versus the Confucian Scholars bonus is just so nice. Dare I say overpowered. Alright. I dared to say it. So we could in theory go after Persia here. Let's catch up with chat a little bit. Ooh, we have such a good relation with them. No, not like this. Oh, I guess we're gonna do this, actually. Fair. Victoria 4 line go up edition. Oh, that tagline. Whoops, my bad. Mental masturbation would be the following repackage. Would it be the DLC? How do we rush health insurance on the new patch? You cry. I think that the pharmaceuticals is way more researchable than it used to be as a result. I did mention this in the tech winners, I think, for the society tech. Kind of don't want to advance colonial institution. I kind of would rather just float the bureaucracy and just not have to worry about it. Oh, we should have been doing this. I think we're going to do this to put ourselves in a new legitimacy tier. We're going to be at 90. We're going to generate a lot of loyalists, but yeah. God, that bonus is so strong. It's probably overtuned. I don't know if it's too big a deal, though. Bobs died because of PM nitroglycerin? Yeah. Yeah, the number doesn't include immigration. This in this province. This does not include immigration. And, you know, we're gaining about 5% a thing. But we would want a health insurance one soon. The Native American nation in DOD has the same tag as the Confederation of the Rhine. Not like this. So when you play Divergences in 1.5, the Confederation of the Rhine is a random Native American nation in Canada. Perfect. Does it confederate still with countries in Germany? Because that'd be fantastic. You can still protectorate with good relations? No, you cannot anymore. You can only do it, or you can do the play. Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. I understand what you're saying now. Alright, so let's take a look at their migration attraction. This is the thing we're scared about. We don't want to put someone in our market if we're going to lose pops to them. Alright, I think we're going to be fine now. So maybe, oh, we can't start a plane while we have this spring though. We might actually conclude the stream after getting this wound up. So if anyone has any questions, comments, concerns, I will be taking them. Victoria 4, we didn't say which line goes up. There we go, that's the title. We did it. Healthcare strong this patch for real. Pops literally never starve. Yeah. Not only is healthcare strong on this patch, because like you care about mortality and this type of thing, the migration is so overtuned right now, right? Migration is based on SOL. I present to you. Plus standard of living. Plus standard of living. This affects migration, my guys. So, I mean, it's possible we even want to go, instead of dialectics, we want to go pharmaceuticals. I think when we stop hemorrhaging money, that we absolutely actually do want to go in this direction, but right now we're losing a lot of money. We're trying to build into a big thing, not like, yeah. Well. Stop damaging relations? Oh yeah, this is fair. Any plans for doing a Brazil run when the DLC drops? Almost certainly. I have a ton of Brazil viewers, and it would seem crazy not to do it. The only reason I would not want to do it is because I want to clear through some of the runs that we have planned, but I think we're going to be done with the USA run pretty soon here in terms of what I'm recording. I have 8 episodes recorded. The game is starting to be really slow, and so probably going to do maybe 1 or 2 more episodes, and that's it. I mean, I would migrate with someplace with better healthcare, sure. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it. Definitely makes sense. Can we involve ourselves here? We definitely want to prevent the USA from taking Mexico, because otherwise we will never get involved in these places again. So this is the dream. Trade agreement. Unfortunately, they won't transfer us a state. They won't transfer us a state either. Come on, guys. We swear we'll be super useful. We actually probably would be able to stop the USA from taking them. Ban slavery. See if we can get them to implode. Sucks that we can't get a state off of them. I guess that I mean, they've kind of fixed up the AI, so they're not as about that type of life, huh? And I assume they're just, what's the USA going for? What? USA is going for everything, and they're trying to return taxes. Okay, so maybe we still help out them. Trade agreement's kind of weak, though. Are we supposed to just conquer New York like an absolute savage? Oh, California is going to be nice, actually. We can pull migrants to California. It's only 6 infamy. Do we even win this, though? I'm sure we win this, right? They have like the same size army, but USA has skirmish, but they can't push into playing intelligently. We actually might conclude the stream here, because I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do, and I want to think about it a bit. So let's save up and just respond to the last things. I feel like that's going to be a bit of both a think and an execution here, because I think we actually need to build up our military there, and I think we want to ban slavery, or I think we want to take California, because California is now very interesting, because you have this in California, getting the full unused arable land, and you will also find gold there and oil there, so you get massive rushes, and so you can pull huge amounts of migrants. But Korea and New York would also make sense, because for New York specifically, you eventually get the Statue of Liberty, so we're just going to kind of respond to chat a little bit, and then once I've completely cleared out the queue of chatting, I think we'll conclude the stream here. So you're loving the USA run? I watched it before sleep. Apologies, there will not be an episode today. This is your USA episode. We're taking stuff from the USA eventually. Will they transfer when you join the other side? Someone suggested this in the Discord. It might have even been you, but I've not been able to replicate this. I suppose we're saved now, so we can do this. But if we let's actually just do it. So if we ask for if we offer support on Mexico and then we try and offer support on USA, it doesn't let us. This is what we've noticed. So if we offer, for war goals and ask for conquer state, let's say we ask for California. Now if we swap sides or attempt to swap, now it lets us? Interesting. Oh no, we haven't joined yet, right? So we're still in the interim. And now it breaks us. We cannot join. We cannot fight on this opposite side of ourselves in a war. So this is kind of the situation. Let's say you want to state from Mexico, join USA, and then sway over to Mexico. Oh, join and then sway. All right, let's see. Maybe I'm executing it wrong. The betrayal. Although we kind of do want California, like I think in either case. But so you're just saying join, not sway, and then sway over. I haven't been able to do this. Korea-fornia. Korea fornication. Oh man, that sounds wrong. Californication does not sound like Korea fornication. We went horribly wrong somewhere. We made a wrong turn with this timeline. So you're saying just join. So we will just join USA, and then we will. Now we can't sway, right? So we haven't been able to do this. Predetermined. No, the truth hurts. Fun stream since Novia. Glad to have you. Glad to have made it for once. Glad you had a good time. 15U says, thanks for the stream. It was fun watching. You're very welcome. Do you have any tips on crush or problem with labor force? I advise for any power that can potentially doing it, depressing your prestige and then joining the UK's market. I think this is really OP. Or joining Russia's market. Other than that, going after Sind into the Sikh Empire at Game Start is probably a good shout. Trying to expand your market just generally speaking and going fairly liberal with migration should be pretty good. Keeping the intelligentsia happy, trying to get them powerful, things will probably be pretty good. That's an interesting, because I've definitely seen the AI jump between diploplay offers. Yeah, I mean, maybe we need to unpause, but now we can't even, now they won't take the offer support. So like, this has been suggested to me multiple times, but I've not been able to execute it. Try it without a war goal where you can just join Mexico for free, says William. We just did that, but you're on delay. This happens because you are in a war already. You have to end the Civil War thing, and then you can make the sway. End the Civil War first. Alright, so let's take a look at this. Just for the sake of, understanding whether or not it works. Because I've also done this when I'm not involved in a war, and it has not worked, but also a small sample size, right? So we take a look here. We're just going to capitulate here. Oh no, we lose our subject. And now you're saying if we sway, we're going to offer support to America? Oh, and now we can... Wow, okay. They still won't transfer a state, though. Interesting. I mean, it might be Koreafornia, or the Korea fornication, and then it might be New York. These are kind of the two. But we did do it for science. Yes, trust the dream, it'll work. We don't have enough juice to like get a decent sway, I think, because the AI not properly evaluates things. But we can maybe take California, but we have to be able to. We're gonna have to be able to land and enforce on them, maybe. So I'm thinking what we're gonna need is we're gonna need to like roughly double the size of our army to do that, and so we'll leave that for next time. I offer Russia a piece of the Ottomans. They join my play, but then switch sides because the Ottomans offer something else. Well, guys can get swayed back and forth. The AI also isn't necessarily subject to the same rules. The Solarium says, "Hey journalists, how the idea on the official Discord about getting MAPI bonuses from trade since it's affecting it? How is the idea on the official Discord going about about getting MAPI bonuses from trade since it's affecting it?" The devs seem to think it's interesting. But they, it doesn't seem like the easiest thing to necessarily implement. It's not going to be implemented on 1.5 when it releases. I think that this is, down the line, something that they might do. But, trade in general is just disaffected because, let's say we're shipping wood to the UK, which I think we are. This decreases the market price of wood for them. And you can see here the local price is more expensive than the market price. But however, since the market price is only informing 85% of the price here, they will underconsume the wood relative to, the old situation of 1.4. And so what this means is that MAPI as a whole disaffects, your ability to, or market prices or local prices disaffect your ability to trade in general. Can you get an interest in New England in time? Yeah, we can. You get minus 50 relations if we betray them. You should get an obligation, then join the other side. This way they can't fight you for 10 years. I think it's just 5 years, either way. Anyways, we're all caught up. I'm glad you guys enjoyed. We had a nice talk about philosophy, this type of stuff. And feel free to like, comment, subscribe. Unless I have exactly 69 subs, in which case don't subscribe so I can screenshot it. And other than that, have a good day. Bye-bye now.